see 3-syllabic words. What do they do? It's going to be sort of like an open session. So for you, those who are curious or those who are already engaged in it, to ask questions back and forth. It's also an opportunity for those who are interested in knowing what Afrilabs does to learn more about the organization. As you all know, Afrilabs connects a number of organizations, open spaces, incubators and accelerators across the continent. And we serve as a one-stop shop. So you can think about us as the African Union of Incubators and Accelerators. Is that not cool? Is that not cool? Yeah, African Unity. So it's the one place where you can come to and say, well, I want to engage with innovators. You don't have to go to 54 countries. You don't need 54 visas. You can just come to Afrilabs. We also perform the role of advocates. So we advocate for the model. It's a lot cheaper to invest as governments in hubs and to partner with the private sector doing it than to try to build a new Silicon Valley, for example, from the ground up. You can just put a few $1,000s in a hub, in your local government, on your street, and the young people will be engaged. So after school, during weekends, long holidays, we have some young coders here, they will have somewhere to go to. We truly believe hubs are the parks and the stadiums of the 21st century. And we're advocating for that model because it helps our young people engage, first and foremost. And when they engage, what happens when they collaborate? What happens? Who can tell me? When you collaborate, what happens among the young people? If you engage and collaborate, what happens? What happens when you engage and collaborate?
There's development.
Exactly, there's development. They innovate. So innovation happens when people collaborate. And so we hope by using this model and encouraging this model on the grassroots all across our countries and continents, our governments, we'll be able to encourage development when people innovate. And when they innovate, some weird little thing called startups actually start developing in our countries. And when those startups develop, they create jobs. Today, the biggest taxi company in the world does not have a single taxi. The name of that taxi company is called Uber. They don't have a single taxi. And they are worth about $30 billion. The biggest hotel chain in the world has no single hotel room. They're called Airbnb, right? And the biggest telephone network in the world has no telephone license. It's called Facebook, WhatsApp. It's the fastest growing telephone network in the world. We all call on Facebook and we all call on WhatsApp. And they don't have a telephone license. So the world is changing around us and we have to change and be in the forefront of this change. And so these weird things called startups are going to be the job creators of the future. And through our work of advocacy on the grassroots level, we help encourage them to develop. Lastly, our hubs do an important work in social impact. Some of these hubs that are here today, I see CC Hub is present here. I see Inspire. I see Innovation Hub. There are a lot of hubs around here today that are attending this session. They are sometimes focused on things like healthcare, agriculture, education, just to make our life a little better. And they perform the role of social impact. So taking these 4 roles, which I hope you're taking down, students, youth engagement, right? Innovation, right? You're taking down the notes. Youth engagement, innovation, job creation, right? And lastly, social impact. Youth engagement, innovation, job creation, social impact. Those are the 4 things your hubs do in your community.
journalists, photographers, and filmmakers, some 4,000 individuals across the African continent. And our proposition at the time was to say, why do we have to fly in expensive film production crews from London or from New York when we have local talent that can tell the story better from a local perspective and actually contextualize the events that are happening on the ground? One of our biggest investments at the time was into mobile reporting. We basically took all of the cash that we have, which wasn't very much, and we invested in a bunch of Nokia E61s. We went to Kenya and we worked with local organizations to train up a pan-Kenyan network of reporters to use these phones to basically capture and document what they were experiencing and then to upload it to the africannews.com platform. We knew the work that we were doing was important and lead to the Kenya elections in 2007, but we had no idea the level of violence that would follow the results. Many of our journalists, they actually scrambled to, protect their houses and their families and their lives, and you could really see how difficult it was for them to play their role as journalists at that time, capturing the experience of the country in a post-election crisis. It was an important period of time. You could see that through the democratization of web tools, the increasing number of mobile platforms that were coming online, we were able to get some pretty incredible innovations, one of the most notable being Ushahidi, developed by the team there. And I think is one of the first examples of how technology, citizens are coming together to disrupt entirely new industries. But there were some questions. At that time, you could see that mobile was important. You could see that people were spending money for airtime. You could see that people were scrambling to get access to the internet. But was it just about consumption? Or was there also a movement to be part of the production of new technology, of innovation? This was one of the central questions, and in how far was the African Information Society going to take ownership of the technologies that they were using? Were they going to appropriate solutions and innovations and make them locally relevant? These were some of the questions that I had, and so I actually left African News at that time in 2009, and I registered at the University of Amsterdam and joined a professor, Geert Lovink. We established a research collaboration with the Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, and we moved to Kampala to conduct our research. And maybe unlike any other research that had been done at that time, we went there without a goal. We didn't go there with objectives. We weren't looking to find answers. Applying ethnographic research methods, essentially we were just interested in understanding how people were going online. How were individuals defining themselves as entrepreneurs? How were they navigating the open source community, finding code resources, deposits, downloading those, hacking them, repurposing them, and using all of these knowledge and tools to create new solutions that they were then deploying into the market there in Uganda. And then what were the challenges that they were facing as they were trying to do this? Were there solutions and were there innovations? Was there a reception? Was there anyone there who could actually help them bring these innovations to market? It was in, well, maybe two stories that I think actually helped capture some of this transition that we were seeing happen in 2009. One of them is about a plane that was hijacked by a number of terrorists, and they were looking for a place to safely land the flight within a country where they would have protection and support. Idi Amin was the ruler of Uganda at that time, and he had allowed these terrorists to land the flight there at Entebbe Airport. It was in one of the evenings that Israeli commandos landed in Entebbe and were able to rescue all of the hostages before anyone in the Ugandan government figured out what was going on. The story is remarkable to me. Why was this possible? It was possible because the national security system and the satellites installed in Entebbe were installed by an Israeli firm. And the controls to that system weren't in Uganda, but they were somewhere in Israel. And the government of Israel and the security teams in Israel were actually able to disable the system, allowing their commandos to come into the country and rescue these hostages before anyone in Uganda could figure out what was happening. The lesson for me in this story is that if you're not actually building and managing your own systems, you're essentially depending on somebody else to manage it for you. That doesn't always work out in the end. Another story that really captured my inspiration and thinking at the time was when a number of students broke into the Makerere University and stole a hard drive with all of the exam scores from the students there. Imagine you're 18 years old, you've just finished your complete education, and there's no record of the classes that you've taken or the scores that you've achieved over so many years of studying. How could that be possible? There has to be an army of individuals that are working to address questions like these. And it was in that journey that I found John Gosher at Afrilabs, one of the first incubation in the country. I met Barbara Barungi there, who is now in the board of Afrilabs. I remember at the time she was working on a project called Question Box. Essentially using a short code, anyone across the country was able to text in their question. This would all come into a central dashboard, and then you had a number of search consultants that would go online looking for the answers. But before texting the answer back to the person who asked the question, they were also registering this. And so they were building up a new body of knowledge that was very specific to the needs and concerns of people in Uganda. In a way, they were almost replacing Google or augmenting Google by making it available to people who didn't have access to a mobile phone or to an internet connection. It was these kinds of solutions that just had so much potential and were so interesting. And Afrilabs not only was trying to prototype things like this, but it was also a space for people who had their own ideas to come together to hack on their new ideas and to get some support from their colleagues, from mentors, introductions to possible clients or to investors. And it wasn't just something that was happening at Afrilabs. This was happening at Software Factory Uganda. It was happening at the Makerere Software Incubation Lab. There were Linux startup groups, there were meetups, there were all kinds of events coming online. On the other side of the continent, you had someone like Valerie Colong connecting with his colleagues, Foisse, Bill Zimmerman, Rebecca Anonchung, to basically establish something very, very similar called Active Spaces, where USAID had been investing in the creation of e-libraries. This team was saying, no, we need to create infrastructure for entrepreneurs. We need a safe space where they can come and share their ideas. We need to afford them access to the infrastructure that they need so that they can work on these important issues and these important problems. And it wasn't very long before all of us were connecting and talking to one another. It was in 2010 that all of us decided to travel to Nairobi, Kenya for the launch of the iHub. I remember when we showed up, there was no paint on the walls, the cables were still being installed, all the chairs were stacked in the corner, but the energy was absolutely electric. We had people from Kenya, from the UK, Uganda, the Netherlands, the US, it just goes on. And it was at that event that a number of us got together and said, let's meet next door at the Nai Lab, which was the next lab coming online in Kenya, to just talk about what was actually happening. You already had 4 or 5 labs that were online and operational in the span of 12 months. And I can tell you then, we were absolutely convinced that these were not going to be the only ones, that there were going to be an army of spaces like this coming online across the continent. And how could it be that we would expect each one of these teams to have to figure out how to do this all on their own? If we're all going through the same process, if we're all seeing the same opportunities and experiencing the same challenges, how can we document that? How can we unlock our lessons learned and make that available to new teams coming up? How can we support them in their battle and their effort to build up these innovation communities across the continent? It's very simple stuff. And at the same time, the work that we're doing is extremely difficult. It's very, very hard. It's the people who wake up in the morning to show up at the space first, to open the door, turn on the lights, make sure the connection is up, that the dishes are done from the day before when all those developers forgot to clean up after themselves. It's from the people who actually sit down with the entrepreneur, number 1,000 entrepreneur, to give them advice and feedback on their pitch deck, to try and help them better think about the proposition that they're developing and how they can strengthen their arguments. It's about working with entrepreneurs and innovators, trying to help them figure out how they can get to the market. How can they learn from their customers? How can they get the feedback that they need so that they can hack and innovate, you know, the features and the changes that are needed to actually make their solution or their innovation relevant. It's also a thankless job. It's hundreds and thousands of hours of helping other people, and how often does somebody turn around and actually thank you for all of your efforts and for all of the time and the commitment that you've made? Well, I'm here on this stage to say thank you, because I see you and I understand what you're doing and I know how important it is. And with that, I think we're here to connect again to one another, to learn about each other's journeys and struggles, and to see how we can, you know, work together and support one another. And at the same time, I hope that you're also here to engage with the team at Afrilabs. I hope you tell them about your community and what you're working on, and that you can also work with Afrilabs to help them understand how, as a Pan-African association, how they can support you. What kind of value can they create in a way that makes your life and your efforts more effective and more meaningful. And it doesn't stop there, because Afrilabs is essentially made up of its members. So beyond just engaging with the team at Afrilabs to help them understand their role within the ecosystem, it's also coming to them with your own suggestions about how you can get involved in however small of a way to try and contribute and to help build this up together as a community. At the end of the day, we're doing this for innovators. We're doing this for the individuals that are crazy enough, when everyone else sees only challenges and problems and risks, for the individuals that are crazy enough to make an argument that they only see an opportunity, a possible path forward. Anything and everything we can do to help those individuals succeed is a step in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the craziest one of all, who decided to start a research project without necessarily having a topic to research on. Ben has been working in the African technology and media space since 2003. He started as part of the business development team at Africa Reports and later served as commercial director at Social Venture Africa Initiative. One more time for Ben White, co-founder of Afrilabs and VC for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome onto the stage Bankole Oluwontoba as he gives us a special remark for this morning. Put your hands together once again for Bankole Oluwontoba. We'll keep it going till he starts talking. And stop now. Okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It was nice to have you guys back here. Day 2 of Afrilab annual gathering. Before I start any further, I'd like us to all give a wonderful round of applause for the Afrilab team. Also for my honorable chair, like I always call him. When Afrilab said they were coming back to Africa, and Michael called and said, Banks, we'd like to come back to Africa. So what can you do? I said, I'd like to host you guys. I was very quick to tell them, come to my hub. I'd like to give you a space to incubate you in Africa before you go into the mainstream market. Now that relationship has been very, very wonderful. It has led to the growth of this wonderful ecosystem. It has led to the connection of this wonderful ecosystem. Because our connections in Africa is what will determine how far we will grow. We all know that popular saying that says, if you want to go fast, you can go alone. If you want to go far, you should go together. Our connections and how far and how more we talk will determine how far we will grow. And which is why we all have to learn, or should have learned, from what Afrilab is doing. Afrilab has decided to help us create one of the biggest ecosystems we can find in the world. And the only way this ecosystem can develop itself or can sustain itself is if we keep talking and keep connecting, if we keep sharing and keep learning. I remember when we wanted to start Inspire Incubator in 2013. First, it started as a program in 2009, which really didn't go down well because nobody understood what it meant to have an incubator. In fact, like I used to joke, which actually is a true story, we had a few people come into the hub and say, "Oh, you say you run an incubator, where are the chickens?" It was that difficult. But when we said we were going to relaunch Inspire Incubator, the first thing I did was, you know what? I think I need to go to Lagos and meet with the guys in CC Hub. Because these guys are the grandfathers of innovation ecosystem in Nigeria. They know how this thing started when they, how this thing grew when they both started. So I said, the first thing I'd like to do when I told my team and my board is that I need to go to Lagos to speak to the guys at CC Hub. Now, it was just a one-day trip, and I believe the talk with Tunji Elesho, which is Femi's co-partner also, was just less than an hour. And that was it. And I begged Tunji and said, you know what, just let me sit in the hub for a while, and let me just have a feel of how the place looks. I just wanted to catch that energy. I needed to learn a little bit how to build our own ecosystem. Now, building the Abuja ecosystem was also very, very tedious. Nobody understood who we were. Nobody understood what we wanted to achieve. A few people in government said, oh, this young boy is doing computer things. What are they even doing? Now, it occurred to us that to build a vibrant ecosystem, we needed to put together stakeholders, the major stakeholders that make up of any ecosystem. At first, they said, oh, it's a triple helix model. Some said, oh, it's a quadruple helix model. But after a while, we realized it's actually a quintuple helix model, which means that we need to have innovators, which are the hubs, right, or the people who will be in the hubs. We need to have government also involved in this. We need to have private sector, which is really, really very critical. We also need to have academia because of their body of knowledge, research, and all that. And then we need to have development organizations. Now, it is key because they're the ones dealing with everyday challenges and trying to solve people's problems. And then they need the technology part for this to grow. Now, this was evident, but who are the first people we need to deal with first? The guys we need to have in the hub, which is all of us. So we had to create something. But again, the guys in Abuja didn't understand us. And the easiest thing we were able to do again was to leverage on technology, Twitter. And the first things people were saying was, oh, you guys are like CC Hub. My team said, boss, why are they connecting us to CC Hub? I said, that's good. Let them connect us to CC Hub. They understand. People know CC Hub better than they know us. So yes, we are like CC Hub, but we are based in Abuja, and our name is Inspire. And so that was how we started the whole Inspire Abuja ecosystem, which again has grown now to have about 5 hubs in Abuja. We've got Inspire, we've got Ventures Platform, which again, Ben was telling me that it's really one of the swankiest hubs you can ever go to. Those guys, they did not mince their bucks to make that hub look cool. Ventures Platform, TD4Pi, who also focuses a lot on hardware, and Tangent Hub, we just launched also a few weeks back on eco-innovation, and several other smaller hubs are just popping up, or little convergences here and there. Now, this little analogy here is to help us see how instrumental it is what Afrilab is doing here today. To help us connect. Connection really, really matters. Talking really, really matters. I remember my discussion with Bernard yesterday from Strathmore University, which was quite fascinating. And Bernard said the problem with us here is that we're not talking. People are not sharing information. You meet yourselves at places and then the conversation never continues. Afrilab has set that pace. We don't have to let it die. We have friends and colleagues from different parts of this huge continent with lots of potentials, lots of growth potentials, lots of energy, lots of power. Then we don't have to let that dream die. We need to keep discussing and keep talking and keep connecting. And you know what this will do for us? It will help us share markets. It will help us understand how every other person thinks beyond our little corner. Afrilab has brought us together from different parts of this continent, from our different holes and corners, to learn how somebody else deals and builds and creates. Now, between yesterday and today, I have met brilliant minds who want to do something tangible, who want to create things. I am based in Nigeria. Some of them are based in Ghana. Some are in Kenya. But again, that can't stop the discussion. There is so many wonderful things an email can do. There are many wonderful things WhatsApp can do. And so we have to keep the conversation running. And again, round of applause for Afrilab for starting to kickstart this conversation. And so yesterday what we witnessed was something very, very mind-boggling and very, very mind-challenging. And part of the things I witnessed, which I've also put down here, is that we've witnessed potentials for partnerships. There was something I was discussing with the Hub Afrilab head of secretariat, Anna, which, by the way, the Afrilab ladies have done a fantastic job. A round of applause for them, please. They've done great, wonderful things. And so we kept discussing about how hubs can swap, how hubs can connect, which was one of the first things I also discussed with CC Hub when I had the visit. I said, wouldn't it be wonderful if your guys would like to taste the market or test the market in Abuja, or my guys would like to test the Lagos market? There should be a soft landing somewhere. If we can create that to be as easy as this guy, you know, it's easy for them to say, oh, I'm coming to Ghana and I can go to iSpace to do a demo of my new product. That kind of conversation can happen. I had some guy, Antoine, I can't remember his surname, from Rwanda, that runs what do you call it? Like a money transfer remittance company. And then he said, my biggest challenge is dealing with probably total of about 200 or 250 million, and I need just about 30%. But I'm dealing with 5 different kind of governments, the challenges and all that. But when I come to your country, he just strolled into my office. We had no appointment. Well, in my office, the Afrilabs know that my door is always open. You don't need to have an appointment, just stroll in. But just don't waste my time. But then you stroll in. And then he said, but when I come to Nigeria, I see the same target of people that I need and one central bank. Now, how do I learn this economy? I said, it's easy. Just whenever you're ready, just come back. It's as easy as that. Whenever you're ready, you come back. We need to create soft landing platforms for different startups, different ideas that would like to test other markets. And I think with the help of Afrilab, we can do much more than that. And these are the kind of discussions that need to keep going. When you come from Egypt, you come from Morocco, you come from Namibia, Senegal, Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, and you also want to test different kind of markets in other places. If it's hard for you to find these things, send an email to Afrilab. I'm sure Afrilab can sort you out. True or yes, sir? Thank you very much. And also, so I witnessed also one voice in inclusive growth. The moderator yesterday said my wrap-up of how ladies, women, need to build up themselves was very apt, and which is true. Mentorship cannot be undermined. Mentorship cannot be underestimated. They need mentorship. I need mentorship. You need mentorship. So we need to connect with as much people as we can, and so that we can reach out and influence and also share experiences, which they say is the best teacher, to as much people, so they don't go through the same issues and troubles and pitfalls that you went through. Also, I learned the demystification of borders, like my honorable chair said. We've got 54 doors, and I'm sure it's even more than that when you think of several other doors that connects to one country. So we might likely have about 200 doors that we have to deal with. But the leveraging on technology has demystified these doors. The ability to send an email to a colleague in South Africa and said, I like what you're doing in open innovation. On open innovation, that's the innovation hub in Pretoria. Can you share this with me? And they said, yeah, why not? We can help you do this. I mean, I can send an email to someone in Ghana to say, this is what we need to do. And then they can do that for you. These are the kind of things that we witnessed yesterday. And these are the kind of discussions that we also need to keep going. And, well, I've spoken about the share and the need to share ideas and information. So being an ecosystem, we all need to put together every single person that we know. We need to share this information, development sectors, private sectors, governments, hubs, we all need to come together to do and help the work of Afrilabs so that they can do even much more. I would like to say that our hunger for growth and innovation in this country, it is still high. It is still very, 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 very high. And this hunger, we don't have to let it die. What I used to tell people when I teach business model, which I'm also going to teach during the masterclass today, is how hungry are you? I mean, it sounds like a Yoruba word, but it's not really a Nigerian word. Well, it's a mixture of hungry and angry. How hungry are you when you're trying to make a change? That helps you fuel, or rather, how hungry are you really? Your hunger needs to help you. You never need to let that hunger die. Don't get too comfortable to let that hunger die. And that hunger is still what to keep making us to do more every day, every time, every hour, and every minute here in Africa. So in wrapping up, I'd like to say well done, and thank you to Afrilab, to the Afrilab team, to the whole of Africa, and every other person who have supported this program. Thank you very much, and we hope to see this next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bankole and Tuba. Now, one of the things that often comes up when you talk about technology and hubs and the operations is policy. Now, if the policy is not right, it's very, very difficult for us all to be able to get to the levels that we want to get to. Now, we have a presentation this morning that addresses that particular issue. We're going to be talking about how tech hubs, or how are tech hubs engaging with public policy. We have a lady in our midst who would be doing just that for us. Now, as way of introduction, now, our speaker is passionate about understanding the unfolding impact of ICT adoption and how those impact governance, innovation, entrepreneurship, societal culture, and many others, with keen focus on gender implications. Now, our speaker is currently the Digital Equality Advocacy Manager at Web Foundation, where she manages the foundation's advocacy efforts to promote digital equality in access to and use of the web, with a particular focus on our women's rights online work. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker is at the Afrilabs annual gathering, and she'll be sharing insights from ongoing research with results from development with support from MAVC, exploring how tech innovation hubs are impacting governance and public policy co-creation and how they might do so in the future. Please, please, please put your hands together for our next speaker, Nanjira Sambuli. You can do it better for her as she walks up here. Like I said, just do it till she gets onto the stage and grabs the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. I know there's been a lot of talking at you, and I really thought this was going to be more of a workshop, so I'll try and engage you in this talk if you'll indulge me. So I just want to get a quick check in the room. Do we have any innovators working from innovation hubs? Anyone building a company or a solution out of an innovation hub? Okay. And we obviously have the innovation hub members. Do we have anyone from any government? Oh, yes, we do. One. How about that? Do you mind shouting out which government, though? Just to know. The US. Yeah, always present. We're trying to get the rest to come through, but thank you for being here. And that's my point, really, and the work that I'm doing. So, by way of background, you've had all the official bio that's been read, but before that, I used to work at the Innovation Hub in Nairobi, Kenya, one of the first in this space. And in the work that I was doing, one of the things that started to emerge down the line was, how do we better make sense about our innovation spaces and how they're impacting how resources are allocated at government level? And so that's how I got really interested in policy and what policy means. It sounds very boring and it's supposed to be men in suits, not a girl in jeans talking about policy. But how I think about policy, and I'm specifically thinking about something I wish somebody had told me when I was in school, is it's not about politicians frustrating our efforts. I would just want to start there. That's the problem we have right now, is policymakers are the people we don't have in the room, and as you've seen, we don't have them in the room. It's difficult to get them here. They come, they give a keynote address, we clap for them, and they leave, but they do not engage and understand our real, our challenges, how they can make the work of government easier to support the work we're doing. There's a very simple definition of policy that I like, and I thought I should just share just in case we are not on the same page about what that means. But a very simple definition says it's policy is a course or principle of action adopted or proposed by a government, a party, a business, or an individual. And when it says public policy, it's about how a government takes those on and they impact the entire population. But if today you were asked what you think policy is, someone just quickly shout out what their understanding of policy is. Or what image comes to mind when you hear the word policy? Guys, I said I want somebody to shout it out. No fear. I'm trying to make this interactive. Highlights? Guidelines. Oh, you got it right. No. I always think men in suits. And sometimes big bellies. But that's besides the point. No, I mean, it's a very... how many have ever gone for any consultation to do with policy? Either in your government, your county or your district is having a consultation. Please put those hands. I just want to see the room. Who's been to a meeting that's been called to engage in policy? All right, okay. So I'm not speaking to people who are not familiar with the process. So the work we've been doing with the Making All Voices Count, it's probably results from for development, is understanding how these innovation hubs are engaging in government policy, co-creation with governments. And that's been an interesting discussion to have with the hubs. And it's really been about trying to understand how do we go beyond just saying, hubs are the spaces that can do this or do this, and trying to understand how much of an impact are they having in the guidelines that help with digital skills training or talent development or making sure that the market is ready to absorb whatever you're going to create. And so we've been exploring how these hubs can impact policy, if they're impacting policy, if not, why not, and how do we get to that pace, or that place for that matter. And so far, what we've done is we've talked to the hubs. That's easy, they're all here. But as you saw, we only have one policymaker who I'm going to run after and understand why she's here, because it's really, really difficult to get these policymakers to show up for discussion. So one thing we're trying to do different with this piece of work is trying to get their perspectives about do they even know what the hell innovation hubs are, what they do. Do they call them all one big name? Like, I'm from Kenya and every hub is called iHub, and it annoys everyone because for them, all hubs are called the iHub. Or when they say they're setting up their own hubs, they call them, we're going to set up our own iHub. And so trying to understand, do they understand why these have come up? Idris yesterday pointed out something very true. Innovation hubs are coming up functionally because mostly universities and other spaces that used to do research and development, places, computer labs in schools, these spaces are failing. And so innovation hubs are coming in because it's a demand from citizens, it's a demand from students, it's a demand from creators for spaces that are their right. You pay taxes for them, by the way, never forget that. But those are not being put to use, efficient use. So now we're creating new spaces outside of what has been accounted for in governments. And so that's how if you're trying to think about it, so we're trying to set up with other resources. We've paid tax, we've left it over there, but here we are trying to set up alternative spaces. So that's how I think about the research that we're doing right now and what to do going forward. So the short story so far with what we're finding is, obviously many hubs are not trying to focus on engaging policymakers, and it's understandable. They are not here. You probably sent invitations to them. Sometimes they just don't show up. They don't even say they won't show up. But don't ever forget you paid taxes. I'm going to keep coming back to that because we're paying taxes for the stuff, but then they don't show up. And then we clap for them when they show up, and they say a 5-minute thing. It's almost like there's a script, Make the people laugh, say something, read the speech, walk out, take a photo, and go home. On to the next. So that's the framework we're trying to disrupt. So that you guys, when you finish school, when you want to create stuff, where are you going to go? Where are the resources going to come from? Which market are you going to sell them to? If today you're in Ghana and you want to sell your products in Kenya, how many barriers are there? And why are they there? That's essentially what we're trying to understand, and how do we get them to be easier by the time you're building your stuff? Because we've been there and we're suffering because these are not being addressed. So, yeah, hubs have not been focusing time because it's really about building and making sure we put stuff to the market. For some people, especially many people in the hubs, it's a bread and butter situation. It was the only way out of being at home or going into a dead-end job. And so the time and the space to engage in that has not been there. But as the hubs have evolved and realized, okay, we have maybe 10 products or 10 companies coming out of here, and they need to go to a certain market. But if today I have a solution, say I have a local solution to taxi hailing, but the market has already been favored for some other company coming from elsewhere, how will you put your product to market? It's prohibitively expensive maybe to buy a license or to register your company, or they want you to start paying tax from day one. So these are the implications we're trying to see. Your solutions coming out from innovation spaces are going to be favored by the conditions in the market. But you know, even when there are policymakers who are willing to engage, sometimes it's not very clear how to engage them. Today you get one champion. If tomorrow their political party is out of favor, they're kicked out of office, and that's it, you're back to square one. Some of my colleagues who are here who work on open data know that, you know, you have one champion today, that's your guy, he's got you, he's getting you into government. Tomorrow there's an election, you guys are about to have an election in Ghana, all the champions you have are sent home, then you're back to square one. So it's a huge challenge. And the best story so far this week also is when sometimes they show up, then they claim that they invented you. I mean, our colleagues from CC Hub woke up to the glorious news that their former president said he helped set up CC Hub. So they take on the glory and say they made you, which is not the case. And it's actually very dangerous. Let's actually realize it's very, very dangerous, because if they're able to sell that narrative out there, it creates this illusion that, you know, they understand what you're doing, and they get applaud and they get funding, and then they keep that money to themselves. Like, it's a dangerous situation. But that was funny, and I know our brothers are trying to clap back, if you will, and reclaim the fact that this has been blood, sweat, and tears, and you can't just have a government official wake up one day and say, I made you. I made you. So those are the challenges we're having. So far, like I said, I've talked to all the hubs because they're peers, they're friends, and I've been able to get their insights, and it's a fantastic piece of research. But I've only spoken to one policymaker so far, because it's a function of trying to find them, their email addresses if they ever check email, their phone numbers if they ever pick up. It's fun, blood, sweat, and tears. But we're trying to understand and make a case that this is something they can't just think of as a corner for young people to make noise and play with technology, but understand that we are a movement and we're trying to make something count. And we're trying to make Africa work for us. It's not going to be on everybody else's terms. It has to be on our terms sometimes. So if I'm to leave you with something, because I don't want to talk forever, if I'm going to leave you with something, is do not ever underestimate the power of policy and the role it plays. At the end of the day, we are citizens of certain countries, contexts, and it's unfortunate that 54 countries in one continent have such disjointed policies now. So it's really, really difficult today if you want to just even travel to one place or another. So can you imagine when you're trying to sell a solution, great solution, how many barriers you have to overcome? So that's what we're hoping that with the findings of this research and the recommendations, it will be what is proven and possible in your hubs, what's already emerging, what are those stories, how do we capture them and present them to policymakers? A lot of the things the hubs, and many hubs are represented here if you want to know, the new role for them going forward is really obviously getting the sense of this is what works. These are the innovations coming out of here. This is how it's been possible. And especially one thing that's been identified is talent. So when you guys go to finish school, many of you will probably go to innovation hubs to try and hone your skills. So how do we make sure that you don't have to wait till you leave school for that to be incorporated in the education systems? For instance, some of the things we're hoping that we can take to policymakers after this is saying, when you're setting up a company, can they give you a grace period as opposed to having to start paying taxes immediately? I think most countries you pay 30% tax. Now, I beg you have one customer and then you're being told you're paying 30% tax for whatever they pay. It's not feasible. The other aspects we're trying to get them to do is understand that we need them to be the initial funders of these innovations that are coming out, absorb the risk. Many of you who have tried to raise funding, you know, it's pulling out hair, it's a hair pulling affair. And so when you guys come, now I'm addressing you because we always tell young people they're the future. So when your time comes, it should be easy for you to get the money you need to build your solution with risk-free. So if you go to a bank today, you have to produce so many documents to get a loan or to get some funding. Venture capitalists, Ben is here and it's interesting to talk to them, but they know their money is difficult to work with. It's true, right? It's difficult money to work with. Sometimes it's too soon. It's too much too soon. So we're trying to make sure that that middle space, so that you can get to market and actually have a product, is actually addressed by your policymakers. So, yep, the research is ongoing. That's where we are at. I thought this would be more interactive, but I'm going to wrap it up here. I am around to talk a bit more. But remember, you pay taxes, so it's your right to actually demand this stuff. So thank you very much for your indulgence, and cheers. There we are. Questions? Apparently I have too much time. I created time, no one was ready. Go ahead.
There was no way I was going to allow you to make that beautiful talk and leave without questions, right? So my question is there a space for us as tech hubs to move a little closer to activism? Now, it's easy for us to stay in our hubs, year in, year out, regime in, regime out, and complain about government. And we've seen that in Nigeria. Jonathan, the founder of the founder of CC Hub, right? That's what you call him now. Good luck to that time. And he also posted Facebook to Nigeria, right? They make the same mistakes. They spend the money. We stay in our hubs, we complain, we know it's done, but we complain, and then Jonathan leaves. Then the new government comes in, right? Making the same mistakes. And then we complain, and it goes on. Shouldn't we be banding together to form pressure groups to actually show them or push them into how it should be done, rather than just complaining and the same thing?
That's a very good question, because one of the things that's really interesting is, again, you remember most of our spaces came up because we're like, enough with trying to engage the system, we need to create a space to do our stuff. But with evolution now, most hubs have been around 3 to 5 years, realizing that you have to circle back. So one of the things I think has to happen, even before we talk about Afrilabs level, at country level, if there are 3 hubs, say, in Nairobi, how do they come together and make sure their agendas are actually well heeded to and listened to? And unfortunately, that means you have to wear a suit and tie sometimes and show up. It's just what it is. I don't wear skirts. I have to wear the damn skirts and go for these meetings to make sure that they understand, A, we're present, 2, we're not just young people to be talked at. You have to listen to us. We have visions, we have policies. So there has to be, in every hub and in every country context, heads coming together, find a representative. Somebody's 10% of their time in a month is to engage in these processes. It's the only way to go forward, because what policy will keep doing is undermining us, because they don't know. They don't know how to play in this space. So they try and regulate spaces they don't understand. So the best piece of advice I can give anybody is allocate some time to engaging in those processes, but don't go at it alone. Don't go at it alone, because the moment you do, then they say, you see, we got iHub, we gave them, so what about the rest of you? Then you're pitted against each other. So that's the best piece of things. So if we do it at country level, by the time we're talking a continental level and scale level, we then have a proven and possible way of engaging policy. Yeah.
Thank you. Interesting conversation. And my question is really aligned with his, because when you were speaking, that's what I had. And it's funny how we had a conversation this morning, and we talked about government. When I look at Africa, what I see is they feel it's a right to be in government and stay there till they die. So I don't know about strictly just working from the outside, but how about activism that gets the techies in there to then become the policymakers? Unfortunately, a bit of what I've seen is those of them who have gotten there have been swamped by the system and suddenly become the guys we're talking about today. Yes. So who is holding them responsible? Yeah. So even the activism cannot end with pushing them, getting them in there. It is also with holding the guys who you push in there responsible. Absolutely. So how do we start?
That's the question of our time, isn't it? how else except doing? Again, if you don't have a community around which you're representing. And you know, what you're describing is not just unique to technology. It's the thing we're seeing with our times right now, you know? Elections have become about voting out some people. And then those other ones are like, go try fix it. And then it doesn't happen. So we're caught up in a loop. And this is a question of our time. How do we become not just activists, but active citizens that propel our community interests there? I'm curious to find out. I can only speak about doing it at, say, Kenya level. We're trying to figure out models around that, trying to make sure you don't sacrifice the good people and then lose them in the system. But these are the questions of our time, and it speaks to the fact that it's not enough to just pay taxes and vote, is all I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Mine happens to be a contribution in line with what you've shared. In Ghana here, you know, the current government, I've not seen him doing anything for the community when it comes to have an ICT center or hub for people. But from the background where I'm coming from, Takrade, particularly Amanfo, which is a suburb there, the opposing government, member of parliament is doing something which is very good. That is Amanfo Digital Library and Learning Arena. But unfortunately, we are not seeing any of the reps in the current ruling government here. Like, I wanted to put to them, what are they doing for the various communities we do have in Ghana?
And then the funny thing about always asking them that question is they then start promising, we are going to, we shall, we will. I would actually challenge that all of us have to reconfigure how we engage with politicians. I'm not a preacher, but I'll preach that verse and sermon. We have to stop asking them to come and then we're just eternally grateful for their presence and actually demand and follow up. It's not about whether they're opposition or incumbent. It's about what we want as communities. Look, guys, it's so real. It's so real. The urgency of our time to get things working for us. It's not working out. The model is not working out. So how do you get a critical mass? 10 people in that community say, we want this regardless of who's in office. This is what the community wants. I think that's how we start taking back the power.
Okay, my name is Joram from Kenya. I've been working with hubs for a while. Mine is to challenge the hubs. Good people end up being led by stupid people because they refuse to engage with the systems that exist. Bad as government may be, bureaucratic as it may be, the biggest change can only happen when you engage with policy and legislation. Yes. Okay? I've done this in a different sector where I challenge them, you know, not just to sit back, but to find a creative way of engaging government, learning how government systems work, and then pushing for change. Every hub I talk to across Africa says, we don't engage with government because they're corrupt, they're bureaucratic, you know, they don't understand what it is that we are doing. But, you know, my challenge is step in there, understand their language, begin to engage them, and maybe you can begin to influence. We have sat, you know, we've sat in forums with her where we literally do the homework of what policies need to pass. So you can really influence the direction that technology takes in your country if only we are willing to engage with government. So absolutely. I would encourage people, let's not just sit back, you know, and say we are changing the world on a small scale, yet one legislation can probably create 1 million jobs for techies, or we can prevent dangerous legislations from being passed. You know, my contribution is let's engage with government, let's stop fearing government, let's step in there and do something about it.
Wonderful. Actually, now that you've mentioned that, how many have heard of something called Transform Africa? So that's it's a conference that happens every year in Kigali. It was supposed to happen last week and didn't. And one of the things that the government of Rwanda is trying to champion across the continent is this digital transformation agenda. How do they start transforming our communities and societies? But do you know who's having that conversation? Old men in suits, friends. They're making decisions for you. Now, what we've done through the Minister of ICT in Rwanda is we've told him next year we're presenting a position from the innovation hubs. So anybody who has an idea of what policy visions they want to start seeing implemented at their country level. Hound me down so that we capture all that. We're going to take it to them and say, this must be implemented. It's the only way. It's uncomfortable. Like I said, I have to wear skirts. I don't like wearing skirts, but I have to do it to show up and talk to them. So please see me if you have ideas and we can follow up on how to capture them.
Okay, so yesterday I saw you at the Kofi Annan ITC Center of Excellence, and we were there for access for affordable internet. And here's what I learned from that meeting yesterday. In Ghana, we have 161 CICs. 97 of them are actually in operation. And so there are several CICs that are waiting to be captured by innovators like yourselves. Capture. Go and claim the territory. Because really, a CIC is a place where ICT, computer, these centers that the government has put in place for ICT education in the little districts, in the little towns. They've spent the money. So they've spent the money, but they don't know what to do with them. So some of them are sitting there like white elephants, waiting to be captured. Capture them. Okay? Go in. Tell them, listen, we have something that we can do here. Don't mind that they will take the credit. That's not your business. Your business is to be able to do what you want in that innovation space. Make it an innovation space. Claim it. You all want to claim things. Claim that one. Hallelujah. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Just that little hallelujah. Yeah, I got you. You see that? Okay? These are areas that you can go into. We have a thing called Ghana Post Office. Do these people even know what to do with the space that they have? Go in. Capture some territory. Put in your little innovation space. Let people come in and be a part of the revolution. Don't let me think about it at my age, Joe. You people, you are young. Me, I'm old. I'm even wondering why I don't have suit and tie on today. Well, we're sitting here in this hot weather. But at the end of the day, these are places that you can go and make those kind of suggestions, recommendations, and get involved with government, because they are trying to figure out, what do we do with all of this that the donors have given us money for, and if we don't do something, they're not going to give us any more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to check with the organizers. You want us to keep going? Okay. You guys cool with going? We keep going? Hallelujah. All right. We're now having a town hall meeting, I guess. I don't know if the mic has made its way to... Okay,
yeah. So my name is Bernard. I have a few comments. One is about, the role of, us people in technology, in leadership and politics, because the fact of life is that politics is a way of life. Philosophy says that we are political animals. So we cannot act like, our opinions or our input is not required. So what are we doing as leaders in tech to make sure that we are relevant in terms of our civic duty and role in the community? Because the youth of Africa, imagine if all these people were interested in what's happening in their countries, in politics. We could easily swing any vote if we wanted to, right? So unless as tech leaders we gain some relevance in the political events of our country, and not just maybe lobbying or advocacy, but doing things that are important. Everyone here should have a voter's card if you have gotten to the age of voting. And you should know what's happening in this country or in your country, wherever you come from, and how your vote counts. Because unless we take that position and make meaningful and intentional steps towards, having relevance, we cannot change anything. The other comment I have is about reputation and the name that you create for yourself. I must say that from where I come from, Strathmore University, we've had several instances of government coming to us. We didn't call them, but they've been wondering, what the hell is Strathmore doing? Why are they everywhere? Why are they making things happen? Why is every leader, when he comes to Kenya, wants to go to Strathmore? So we also have a role to create a good reputation and to use it to change things. I think that's my contribution.
Thank you. We'll just pass on the mic real quick to the person behind him. Yeah.
Hi. I think, just to echo a lot of what's been said, innovators are meant to be situation makers, but when it comes to dealing with gov, we often become like situation takers. So we just sit back and think there's nothing we can do, which is weird for innovators because, if we start to stop thinking of gov as this wall and realize it's a very complex kind of thing, but also if we start to user-centered design the way we deal with gov. So who are the users? What are their pains? What are their problems? How can we achieve our goal and help them achieve theirs at the same time? And I think it's really important to take a lot of different roles and the carrot and the stick and all this kind of thing. But we just found in working with Gov that you can actually, if you can start to identify how you can solve a problem together, but you actually treat these people as people and treat their pain as you would a customer or a user, it can often lead to some quite successful collaboration with Gov in terms of moving forward. And then I think also it's about, realizing the scale that you can have impact on. So trying to focus more on local council and start with change around where you are, more bottom up, more organic, then you can maybe go somewhere.
Yeah. Just imagine if any one of us, even those who are not within voting age, attended one meeting a month. Just one at your local council and take one piece of message from here, from this 3 days. Just dare to do it and see what happens. Wouldn't that be something? Yeah. We have that hand over there.
Thank you. I am Pius Dumashi, coming from Ketasco. Since we're talking about policies, may I ask this question? The show or the program organizers of this function, did you invite any Ghana government official here?
That's a very good question.
Is there any Ghana government official invited here? Are they around?
So I just wanted to actually give an input in that direction.
Good.
Engagement is a two-way street. And I think she pointed out to the problem of bringing African policymakers to this kind of forums. Because there is a reticence to engage from them, not from our side, I don't think so. We did actually invite Ghanaian government officials. They said it's election time, that means we don't have time. And if we invite one from one party, so I'm bringing it local here, then the other party has to be here. Are you hearing that? And then we invited the senior special assistant to the president of Nigeria on innovation. He accepted and then cancelled the day before the event.
The program, good.
In Lagos State, the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, unfortunately, he was supposed to start this session today. He had a meeting with the governor. The meeting ran late. So he's going to join us later on in the day. And that's because Lagos State is different.
And what about Ghana?
I just said Ghana. Ghana said they are having elections. So they didn't show up. So I am... No, let me land it.
Waiting.
We as techies, I think it has to... Everyone have contributed a little bit of wisdom here. The key thing is we are government. Everybody here is government.
Oh, yeah.
And we have to hold them accountable.
Good.
So if they don't show up to this event, then you vote them out.
Okay.
I carry with me things that you find on me almost every time is my passport. And this piece of document.
Yeah.
It's my permanent voter's ID card.
Good. Which I have as well.
I carry it around like an ID card. So when they talk to me and they say nonsense, I just show it to them. 4 years.
Good.
I'm going to vote. Remember, I carry it around. It's here with me. It's like my ID card. Carry it with you. Everybody should have one. Young people, when you turn 18, get one. Don't sell it. It's your most important right as citizens. Very, very important.
Yes.
This is the way we are going to develop Africa. Not through talking. This. Please, carry your own around. When they talk to you anyhow, wave it in their face. 4 years. You come back to me. And I think it is critical that we change the thinking in Africa. Yeah. Those of us in African countries who can vote. Now, not every country can vote.
Yeah.
Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya. Let us lead the way by helping to ensure that this vote counts and means something. Those of us who are educated, who have been exposed, we have to now show and lead the way and insist that this gives us the right to change our mind. I can vote for you last year and I can vote you out in the next 3 years. Beyond that, she said something important. That's why I said there are little nuggets of wisdom that we need to tie together. You cannot just vote and go home. You have to attend the local council meeting. You have to attend your legislative session. I know the way to my National Assembly. I go there, I attend their public hearings. I have no business there. My downtime, I'm just curious. All of us, young people especially, if you're in the university, you have more free time than I do. I have a lot of bills to pay. You guys should be storming the public hearings of your National Assembly in the Fridays and your weekends. Schedule it after classes. You are young, you can't vote, does not mean you cannot attend the public hearing. You are citizens. Citizens start at birth. The fact that you are not 18 years and you can't vote does not mean you can go to the national hearing. If they see all of you from the same school after 2 o'clock on Friday, they will be scared. And then you tell them, why is our vote on education going down? We're going to tell our mommy, we're going to tell our daddy. And you're going to see a very different country from the one you live in. And then people are going to start re-engaging. I have a last point to make. I can only do few things. I'm the chairman of Afrilabs. So I'm going to make a promise. We are going to set up an office within Afrilabs headquarters secretariat to just deal with policymakers and government. So we're going to have an officer. We're going to recruit somebody to just deal with our government and make it easier for all of you. So we're going to engage with governments on national level. We're going to engage with regional level governments, ECOWAS, SATSI, EAC. We've been trying to reach out to Nepal. I've tried, but we've not heard back from them. Nepal has this big thing about vision or something. I don't even know what it's called about. And technology. And we see them. They came to an event in Nairobi, which I attended, which was organized by the Grand Challenges Africa. And the guy came in, made sure he was on the panel, like you said, and quickly ran out. I tried to email him. I got no response. The Nepal guy, he sits in South Africa, collects probably great salaries, and he said he's helping African tech, and we don't see him. We need to call them out. They are responsible to us. African Union collect dues which are from your taxes.
Yes. African
Union, ECOWAS has a parliament. ECOWAS, I'm telling you, they collect salary in Abuja. They have a huge parliament. They have official cars. The taxes of Ghanaians fund ECOWAS. They pay dues to ECOWAS, and they have parliamentarians. Yes, they even have judges. We have a court in ECOWAS. And what do? They give meaningless judgments that nobody can enforce. And they keep doing it like it's a farce. So we need to say enough. Thank you very much.
Now my problem. I have a set of students here. How many schools are here? Do we have any other set of students here? A group of students, at least 10 together. MLS, Mobile Learning Society. Let's hear that. Mobile Learning Society. Our target is to eradicate digital illiteracy. We want to say these devices in the system can do us better than holding pen and paper. For this, we are here. We started it about 3-4 years ago, and it's working gradually. As I am speaking, I'm organizing a lesson in Ketasco on this. Because I'm absent, 6 students are in the class of 30. I have a footage sent to me here. Now the question is, my government says, seize the phones. Front page, Minister of Education, seize the phones. But these devices are what the children can use. A student sent me this information on WhatsApp in the classroom. Now, a teacher walking in at this moment might seize that device. How are we going to get this problem solved? Because this device helps a lot. How do we solve this problem? The policies are not there. There was one time, 2 years ago, they organized a program in Accra. We attended. What they said was, they are managing and formulating policies. It will come into being soon and whatever. 2 years down the lane, these policies have not come into being.
Can I challenge that?
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
No, I want to challenge you this way, because you guys are going into an election, aren't you?
Okay.
Their manifesto is being devised.
Yes.
Demand the following. What are the policies around ICT? 3 things in a policy.
You take note, my
Ask
boys
for
and girls.
clear targets, time-bound targets. We are doing issue X by time Y.
Good.
We're getting X number of schools connected to the internet. We're getting these many community centers.
Good.
Ask about the research. What data is going to be collected to show us that we're progressing. So when we're told year 1 we're connecting 20 schools, how do we know that by year 2 there are 50 or more, whatever number they give? And last but not least, the budget. How much are they putting into it? The numbers. Those are 3 things you look in any policy, guys. Else you're not engaging. So if no party is bringing in an ICT manifesto, send them home. And we have to wrap up, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. But thank you so much for your indulgence.
Thank you so much.
I do not need to be killed. So good night.
Wow. Woo! Oh, you can do it better. Come on. That was super. I think she should lead all the sessions. Yeah, I think she brings out the best in all of us. Yeah, let's just hand over the rest of the program to her. Yeah, just take it over. Come on, one more time for such an engaging conversation. One of the most common things that happens in most African countries, like way back, is something that they call the fireside, where in the evenings, grandfathers, I don't know why it was the grandfathers who used to play the guitar and the grandmothers did the singing. But whichever one it is, I'm sure the men will sing and then it will probably send all the kids home. But one of the things that we're going to do today is trying to get ourselves back to gathering around the fireside and having a relevant conversation. We have a fireside chat and it's going to be very, very open. So all of us are gathered around our fireside and we are going to engage in a conversation. It's going to be very, very open, just like we did a couple of minutes ago. And it is going to be by a few people who have already spoken already, and some people that you have already not met. We're going to be speaking about who pays the piper, investing in the African tech innovation system. Who pays the piper, investing in the African tech innovation system. Now, our speakers, one you've already heard from and who is very, very vocal. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no point introducing him again. Michael Oluwagbemi is going to be joining us on this particular panel. Our second speaker is Ben White, who has been working in the African technology and media space since 2003. He was here a little earlier to give us our opening speech. Now, Ben has done extensive ethnographic research on the emergence of software cultures in Kampala, Uganda, and taught courses on interactive media and entrepreneurship at the University of Amsterdam. Our next speaker who will be joining us today is Melissa Mbugwa, who works with grassroots innovators to help them craft strategies for connecting with technology, governance, and business communities to scale their work. And finally, please put your hands together for them as they join us up here. Now, Letitia Brown, who is the investor relations at Ghana Angel Investor Network, will be joining us a little later. But ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome these three to kick off our very first Fireside Chat. So, ladies first, I believe. Let's get it rocking.
Hello? All right. I'm going to indulge you. I think these are one of the few powers I have as the chairman of Afrilabs.
Okay.
So I'm going to invite few other people to come on stage. You don't know, so I'm going to get in trouble.
When the chairman speaks, what can you do?
All right. Mr. CCO, please come on stage.
You have been commanded.
Indidi, please come on stage, please. Yeah, so the it's too imbalanced. This side is not covered.
Yeah, so at least you are protected on both sides.
Do I have any angel investor in the building? Angel investor. Oh, Idris Bello. Yes, our famous angel investor. Please come. Join us too. Very important. Okay, so when you see Idris coming, you know the way he's dressed, it looks like bags of money. These are the investors.
All right, so Michael will be moderating this particular session. Remember that the issue we're discussing is who pays the piper investing in the African tech innovation system. Michael, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not going to be really formal about this. I think we're going to just try to have a relaxed conversation, including with my impromptu panelists, since they are not prepared, even better, so they can tell us their mind. So I'll let them introduce themselves, 1 minute, so you know more about them. Can you take it away?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Femi Lunge. I'm co-founder and director for Open Living Labs at the Co-Creation Hub, or CC Hub, in Nigeria.
Okay, my name is Ndidi. I'm a career banker. However, I have a personal interest in building the small and medium enterprise space because I think they have so much more to give. So I personally run a project that I call the Dream Project, where we onboard the right skills for sustainability.
Ben White. So for this conversation, I'll be pulling from the perspective of 3 organizations. My co-founder, Bill Zimmerman, and myself, we run a small seed fund called Sonaga Ventures. Second is VC for Africa, Venture Capital for Africa. It's an online platform for entrepreneurs and investors, 35,000 members in 159 countries. The third organization would be ABAN, the African Business Angels Network Association. It's a nonprofit industry body representing emerging angel networks across the continent.
I'm Melissa Mbugwa from Making All Voices Count, which is a grant fund that's supporting innovation hubs and innovators in 12 countries in Africa and Asia, specifically around building technology for civic engagement.
My name is Idris Bello. I am an Afropreneur. I am also an angel investor. I happen to invest in early stage African startups.
All right. I think where we want to frame the conversation, my distinguished guests, money bags, investors, as you are, is to understand, oh, yes, we have the one person that we're missing. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself.
My apologies. My name is Letitia Brown, and I run Ghana Angel Investor Network.
Thank you. So Ghana is represented on stage. Give her a round of applause. Yeah, so as angel investors, Mr. Longe yourself, you run a seed fund, right, in CCO. What we want to know first and foremost, who are your investors? Either on the seed fund side, I know they are angel investors, but who are your own investors? Can you describe who they are?
So at the CC Hub, we invest in startups at different levels. We have a pre-incubator where we invest as low as $5,000 in businesses, in people to build first version of their product, take it to market, and see how they can achieve product market fit. When we started, first investors on that were the Tony Elumelu Foundation, a local venture impact fund, and the Indigo Trust in the UK. When they pulled out, we continued to invest our own end income. And over 5 years, we invested $250,000 of our own money. In total, $350,000, including the money from the other investors. In our incubator, we further invest in between $10,000 to up to $50,000 for equity. We do all that investment from our own money, all money we have earned as a business. And in the last 5 years, we've invested an additional $300,000 from that fund. We've recently launched the first social impact VC fund in Nigeria that's focused purely on tech. And the investors, 4 of us are investors in that company. So it's CC Hub is an investor, Omedia Networks is an investor, Nigeria's Bank of Industry, which is the government bank to invest in business, is an investor, and a boutique finance firm, Venture Garden Group, are investors. And the intention of that fund is to put between $50,000 to $150,000 in businesses. But for that fund, and it's called Growth Capital, we will co-invest and we will lead investment rounds. So when we find businesses that are looking for between $250,000 to $1 million, and their work has to be solving a fundamental social problem in Nigeria, but they also have to have been in business for a little bit of time. So we have to see some sort of traction. We're willing to be their first investor, putting the first $150,000, because most of the investments in startups in Nigeria are still coming from outside the continent. And the biggest detriment or the biggest problem most foreign investors have is that they are not finding local people that are investing as well. And if the locals do not have confidence to put in money, why should someone from outside put in? But also, for an investor who is outside the continent, who is not on ground to actually oversee the investment, if they don't have local counterparts that are putting the money in, then what's the assurance that the company is actually properly using the investment? So we're willing to be the first investor in, putting the first capital, and then being motivation for other investors to come in.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Ndidi, the banker. Just staying off from what it's saying in terms of locals investing first, what comfort does that give a banker? I mean, what comforts? We are talking about who pays the piper here. So does it give you comfort knowing that the companies sitting in front of you had local investors or a seed fund backing them versus I'm funded by myself, I'm doing it all by myself, and I'm trying to just approach you for my first line of credit? As a banker, what does that?
Well, I think for the banks, always operate from a worst case scenario. So if you go to a banker, typically, he'll be almost telling you all the evils that can come out. But I think that they achieve a level of comfort when they see that equity has taken this business to a certain level of comfort. At least right now, that's where the African banks are. I'll pick up from what Femi said. You know, one of the problems that I see today is there's really no platform. Crowdfunding has not taken off in Nigeria, at least let me stay where I know, in Nigeria. And I was just sharing with someone that today we have a robust middle class in Africa. Those individuals want to invest. And all that they see they can invest in is real estate or money market instruments. So it's the treasury bills, and it's safe. But truly, they are thinking about their future also. These guys like you want to make big money, and they are willing to take a substantial level of risk. In fact, greater risk than the banks are willing to take. But where do they go? The answer today is nowhere. There's no platform that is giving them the comfort that, you know what, these guys have done their due diligence and I can give some of my savings to these guys for better return. So really so the banks want to see equity. Where does equity come from today? There's no platform that drives that equity injection.
All right. I guess this then goes to a lady from Abuja, not Abuja now, the Ghana Angel Network, Ghana. Can you share your experiences here in Ghana with regards to forming local capital, teeing off from where indeed it had it? How easy was that? Finding the right local investors to contribute and engage in your platform to then put put money in startups?
Okay, so when my colleague was just talking, I was feeling really excited because, she said that there's ample amounts of middle-class individuals that are willing to invest in, early-stage businesses, specifically interested in the technology sector. And we've had, I wouldn't want to say the reverse here, but what I have experienced is that, yes, people are willing to engage in a formal angel network structure. However, there's a little bit of reluctance when it comes down to technology because I think there's a huge knowledge gap for a lot of our investors that are traditionally used to investing in real estate and money market instruments. There's a saying that investors invest in things that they understand, and I've learned that that is very true. Although saying that our first investment was in a technology company, but I think that what the model that we are now thinking about taking is really looking more to the diaspora. So going off of what Femi was saying, in the sense that, people that have experience in the technology space, that understand the investment realm, may be able to support our local investors. Also looking at how we can kind of like leverage off of organizations such as CC Hub that we have here in Ghana. Now that some of them are becoming empowered and are able to do the first seed round of investment. So we want to see how we can then go on to provide follow-on funding. But one of the major challenges that we find in trying to engage with our investment network here is that there is no real route to exit. There's no clear exit strategy at the moment for us. And that's still remains a huge barrier for local investors, individual investors that want to participate in this particular asset class. So it's really encouraging to hear that, that you have such kind of interest in where you're coming from, because I think that naturally it would start to trickle down into our environment as well. But at the moment, there's still a few kind of like teething problems with really getting the level of traction that we would like to see.
All right. Seeing it from where she had it. She mentioned, that's Ben now. You can't look away. She mentioned the issue of educating investors about technology. You've been able to grow a technology platform to actually connect investors from, I guess, 0 or 1, because you were the first person, I'm sure, to 35,000. Am I correct? 5,000. How did you do that? And how do you use VC4 Africa to educate your investors? I mean, how do you marry folks with money who are generally middle-aged, probably not as comfortable with technology as those in this room are, and technology and investing? So
I think there's a couple of things going on as part of this conversation. The tough part about all of this is that there are simply no shortcuts. You do business with people that you know, with people that you trust. It takes time to build those networks, to build those relationships, and only when those networks and relationships are established can you have a meaningful conversation about, hey, let's mix our money together and try and do something super risky but exciting, and maybe there's eventually some kind of upside. So all of the work from Afrilabs, Aban, VC for Africa, Gain, CC Hub, you name it, is about building these networks of trusted contacts, bringing like-minded individuals together to have conversations about how can we move this ecosystem forward. That's sort of the high level. But then there are very sort of specific tactical things you can do to try and bring these networks to action. From the VC for Africa perspective, I think we're seeing basically 3 trends that are starting to shape the early stage funding space. One is definitely a growing interest from the diaspora. You have communities in Berlin, in Paris, San Francisco, New York, DC, who are organizing events, who are bringing people together with the agenda, how do we get involved in the countries where we come from? And not because we want to send money back, but because we want to be involved in building businesses. We see these incredible opportunities, we see these incredible growth rates, and we want to be part of that. So they're looking for a way to get involved. The second trend that we're seeing is a growing appetite to invest cross-border. It used to be the rule you would never put money into a business that was more than an hour's drive from your office. But with all these online platforms, with Twitter, with increasing sort of tools, data, information available, it becomes easier and easier to start to actually consider supporting opportunities that are outside of your direct market. The third trend is that we're starting to see more individuals in Lagos, Nairobi, Accra, across the continent who are standing up and organizing themselves as a network. They're saying, why does Mark Zuckerberg have to fly to Lagos and put money into one of our own startups when we could be doing that ourselves? Why aren't we actually taking advantage of the opportunities that are sitting next door? And so, you know, I think the Lagos Angels Network would be one example of this. But it's also about giving people data and information. So as VC for Africa, if we have 5,500 startups active in 46 African markets, we can reach out to those founders and we can say, tell us how you're progressing over time. What is happening with your turnover? How is the growth of your market looking over a 2 to 5 year period? What is the increase in team size? All of this information starts to say something about what is happening in different countries and across different sectors, and it's giving both founders and investors actual tangible data points that they can use to start driving their decision making. So for example, valuations is an incredibly challenging subject area, and it gets even harder if you don't have any kind of information to help structure that conversation. Those are maybe some initial thoughts, but then it goes even more specifically. We spend a lot of time talking to capital outside of the African continent. Think about the European Business Angels Network, for example. There's a ton of money there. Those individuals, they're not seeing growth in the North American markets. They're not seeing growth in Europe or in the Middle East or in other parts of the world. They know that the future is here on this continent, but let's be very sort of direct about it. If you're from Germany, you got to have a lot of courage to be putting money into a startup in Zimbabwe. If you don't understand, you know, the country, the culture, the political, social, and economic risks. So for this to really work, you need people in Harare to stand up and organize themselves as a network of investors. They're sitting on the opportunities. They understand how to address the challenges. They're the ones who can make those first investments that then allows capital from maybe other parts of the world to come in and participate. Also maybe on the terms that make sense for people in Zimbabwe as opposed to somebody, you know, in San Francisco who's making these decisions without real knowledge of how to build businesses in this market. The last point I would make is the Lagos Angels Network. We've now opened the third deal day. What we're doing with the Lagos Angels Network, and I'm a member of a number of the syndicates, is we're working together as a team to identify high potential ventures and then doing the due diligence as a group, where this knowledge gap between where maybe the money is and where the startups are, by working together, we're actually able to combine our network, our experience, our insights to really better understand what these opportunities are about. At the same time, by co-investing, you're reducing the amount of money as an angel you have to put into the business. That also means that as an angel, you're able to participate in a larger number of deals, which is diversifying your portfolio, further bringing down the risk. And then, yeah, certainly the exit is an issue. We all know that the future is going to be bright. We believe wholeheartedly, 1,000% that it is going to happen, but it is still early days, and it's going to be through acquisitions and mergers in the short term until we can get the stock exchanges to help us list these companies.
Wow, that's a lot of information, right? Yeah, thank you. You mentioned Lagos Angel Network. The chairman, Dr. Dosun Suleiman, wanted to be here with us, but he sends his apologies. He had to run to Paris for another meeting because he's also chairman of like gazillion other companies. But he's someone who is really, really passionate about. He's also the chairman of Idea Labs, by the way, Idea Hub in Lagos. So he has his hands both in angel investing and incubation. And this takes me to the next question. What are the linkages, the role of ecosystem builders in ensuring Africans participate in the next wave of angel investment? What are entities like MAVC, which you are an important ecosystem builder? By the way, a round of applause to MAVC for allowing us to even have this opportunity, right? So Melissa played a big role in that. But what role does the ecosystem play? Because there was a connection. I was a co-founder of Lagos Angel Network, and we were just accelerators. But it's like there's a connection there, right? The accelerators have to be functioning, the innovators have to be there, the angel investors have to have the appetite. Maybe the policymakers are missing now, but they can help us lowering or encouraging more people to do angel investment with tax incentives and all that. How do you help? How does MAVC and entities like that help the ecosystem develop?
So MAVC is a grant fund, and note the word grant. So to answer your question, I have in mind the image of, that the evolution of man, that diagram until, Homo sapien at the end. So if you look at the investment ecosystem or the startup space as a pipeline, grants are the beginning. For the hubs present, most of you started off, like Femi, you'll agree, and the other hubs here, you started off with funding from either like Indigo Trust, it was grant funding, right? Because it's very open to risk and to failure, because the point behind grant funding and the mentality of donors who are giving grants is that they've spotted something new that's got potential, and so they aim to build it out. And then after that, after people like MAVC come in and invest in very risky, Dr. Fletcher mentioned yesterday, MAVC will take your idea, a one-pager, 2 paragraphs. We're not interested in 50-page proposals because we understand that at this point, when you're being very experimental and working on something that's very new, you do not have perhaps prior evidence on which you're basing. You don't know if it's going to work, right? So angel investors are looking to where grant funders are building the pot from which then angel investors are going to come in, and the whole other VC investors are going to come in, and PE world is going to come in. But who is going to build the petri dish from which these investments are going to be selected, right? And that's the space that grant funders are in. So ecosystem building is about the nursery bed. It's a nursery bed from which Nigeria mentioned that VC funding is hard to work with. And that's just the way it is, because the bankers will ask you, and also the bankers will ask you, how are you going to mitigate against all these risks that I'm aware are going to happen? But before you get there, by the time you have businesses or initiatives that are mature enough to face to face the banks, you need to first have passed through the grant funders who are more patient and are going to incubate you. And so my view is, and the view of MAVC as well, and why we're so happy to be here and taking part in this, is there needs to be more. We need more grant funding. We need more ecosystem building. We would not have this happening here if 6, 7, 8 years ago there wasn't an Indigo Trust, there wasn't a Hivos willing to invest, there wasn't an Omidia willing to invest in the crazy risky idea that was a tech hub.
Thank you very much. Now, when you talked about, you get 2 questions, because you are the kindest of everybody sitting on this. I was thinking when you said the evolution thing, that you guys should have sat down in your order of kindness, which is the evolution. You are the grant funder, you should have sat maybe closest to me, and then maybe I'll put the angel investors, and then before I put the seed funder, the banker will put them far away, right? Because they are the toughest to work with, right? But it's no problem, we all sit down together. It's Africa gathering, so we can gather together. Another question I have to you, which is sort of something somebody has always asked me. Does it matter if grant funding is not coming from this country? We have rich people on. Dangote has a foundation. Tony Elumelu has a foundation. Celtel guy as a foundation. Yes, was the Mo Ibrahim, right? The guy in ALF, the Nigerian guy that started UBA. What's his name? Akim Hasi, who was also the chairman of Itisala. They all have foundations, but we don't hear, they don't play the role of EVOS. They don't play the role of Indigo Trust. They don't play the role of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. When I want to collect money from all these international bodies, it's one line, 2-page. From the African countries, it's like pulling tooth, 5 years, talking about it. Doesn't matter where this money comes from. I mean, if the money comes from the outside, are we not then doing what the outside wants Africa to do? Can you speak to that?
Yes, that's quite a controversial, conversation that touches on also, of course, historical, how the development world works, how aid works, right? I think and Femi, I think, would be in a good position as well to answer from his perspective as a grantee, after you. So as a hub or as an investee or grantee, someone who's looking for funding, what kind of fund are you looking to? Are you going to, you also have a responsibility, I think, to work with the kind of funder who is not trying to directly force their hand in your work. And you also need to be confident enough, just the same way we talked about in the previous session, speak up to your government, your government officials. So also speak up and share your vision and also pitch to them and convince them to come to your side and agree and, see what it is you're trying to do. So the answer is you need to be selective. So don't just, and many times I know it's easier said than done when you have rent due tomorrow. But do not put yourself in the kind of situation that then has your hands tied and then you end up losing your way and finding that each of your program activities is just serving somebody else's interests and you've lost your sense of purpose as an entity.
So, Femi, have you rejected grant funds before? And what will make you reject a grant fund?
Yes. I think the starting point, and it's the point where we often miss it, is we're not clear on what our own agenda is. What is my agenda? And if I see money that aligns with my agenda, that will let me deliver my agenda, then I will take it. If someone makes me deliver their agenda and it's counter to my agenda, then I'll let it go. In our organization, we say you are as defined by the money you say yes to and the things you say yes to. The things you say no to as the things that you say yes to. The danger of grant funding is it can make you bend yourself out of shape. A few years ago, I did some research on quality of civil society organizations. And one of the things I found is interesting is that the best civil society organizations have a very clear focus. Whenever you see an NGO that's doing HIV/AIDS and they're doing water and they're doing environment and they're doing sanitation and there's no unifying thread, then it tells you they're basically turning in the direction of where the money is. And the problem with that is at some point you forget why you actually started what you do. Now we're very clear on why we started what we did. And we're clear that we'll try and get the resources to do it and to deliver it from every source that keeps us aligned to our vision. We're a very ethical company. For us, the values are the first thing. We're in this to make a difference on the continent, make a difference in Nigeria, and doing it on our own terms. And we're very conscious that there's no one that gives you money that doesn't have an agenda. Let's just be clear that my agenda is still paramount for me and not your agenda. I will satisfy your needs. I'll give you value, which is also why, as a business, we've also moved. So we started with grants, but we've moved away from grants. All the $650,000 that we've invested in startup have been from services that we have delivered to organizations that have paid us. Because the starting point, I don't want you to give me money because you're feeling good today. I want you to give me money because there's something you need that I can provide you value to address. And I think the more we can start changing that dynamic, I think it's a big challenge on the continent. The desperation for, like Melissa said, rent is due. But that's why you should plan it in advance. Make sure you can create those services so that you have money for not the next 1 month or 2 months, but for a long time in advance. And it comes from knowing what's the value you have to give and what does the other person need and how can you meet that person's need so that it meets your own needs at the same time.
Thank you very much. All right.
Maybe just a quick something to add on this here is if you look at, for example, accelerators, incubator programs worldwide, it's something like, you can find it up on Wikipedia, but it's like 5 or 10% are actually financially self-sustaining. It's necessary infrastructure, but nobody ever wants to pay for the plumbing. And I think organizations, programs like MAVC that are put together by a number of organizations that are actually able to put money into something like Active Spaces in Cameroon, that's incredibly valuable investments that are being made in necessary platforms for this kind of work.
Thank you very much. Now, the money bag on the panel. What got you into investing in African startups? And so I want you to describe your journey. I know the story, but it's very necessary because you were in the diaspora, if I remember. What got you into the journey? How has your hopes and aspirations turned out? And what are you looking for today? If you were going to, there are 1 or 2 Ghanaian startups here that want to come to you, what will you be looking for in terms of qualities that will make you invest in them?
Okay, thank you. So in late 2010, 2011, I met Michael. So in Houston, Texas. I lived there for close to a decade. I was doing tech in the oil and gas industry. And we spoke and they connected, and the idea behind the Innovation Hub in Lagos was born, and we launched that. But I was still in Houston. I didn't move back. So I was just remotely involved. But then it got to a point where there were startups, they were entrepreneurs, and they were needing money. So we needed money, and no one was interested in talking to us in Nigeria about giving money for startups. So we went to the Bay Area, went to Silicon Valley, went to California, we went around, and we were being treated to dinners. We were eating, people were talking to us, listening to our funny accents. But at the end of the day, the checks were not being written. So we spent so much time going around. They were fantastic audiences, listening to us, great food, but at the end of the day, money was not coming out. And we were getting frustrated. So at that point, I got tired. I went to back to Houston, and I looked at my 401k. Now I spent about a decade in the oil and gas industry in the US.
Pension. So
my pension fund, exactly. So my personal pension fund. So I went there and it looked sizable. So I spoke to my pension managers, cut this in half. And I cut my pension in half and took the money out and said I was coming back to invest. And that was where the journey really started. So just my personal money and came back to Nigeria, did some Kenya, looked at a couple of countries. Now, also I was lucky I was part of a network called the Harambee Entrepreneurs Alliance, which is a network of entrepreneurs across the continent. So I had access to a pool of very smart people who were doing great things that were not just focused on the country, but solving problems across the continent. So it gave me a very rich pool to look at, even beyond our own startups in Nigeria. And so what I basically did was divvy up the money and spread it around. And I would say about 60-70% of those startups went down the drain. But again, some survived. And so when those that survived needed the next stage of funding, I could now go back to my friends in diaspora and say, you know what, I already put my money in there. And this, and that was how we raised the next stage of funds to support them. And that's what I've done over the last 5 years. But the interesting thing is that we have now gotten to a point where the same folks in Silicon Valley who were giving us great food but no checks are now running after us with the checks. Just last week we were talking, Michael and I were talking with someone we had known for 5 years who hosted us to dinner, now saying, you know what, I have $500,000 and I want to invest them in African startups. How do I support you? How do I come in? Now again, and that's the thing we need to understand. So it's not about helping you, it's about helping themselves. At that point in time when we're asking them, they didn't see a clear way to benefit. So we're asking them to help us. Now they see the value, they see the companies, they see what's coming out, they see an opportunity to gain. Right? So there's mutual benefit there. And so today they're coming up and saying, you know what, let's partake in this ongoing investment and all the good news that's coming out of the continent. But the problem we're having now is actually finding the right startups to put the money in. So a lot of times people tell me there's no money, there's no money. No, there's money for the right companies. In the past 6 months, I've been involved in the seed round of about 5-6 African companies. They have been massively oversubscribed. They have had to return money. Again, because there's so few of them that have the right team, they have the right idea, the right energy, the right problem that they are solving, right? And when we find those, they are always massively oversubscribed. Now, I do mostly seed rounds and a little post-seed. I stop at Series A, right? I leave that for big people like Femi and their phone as but by that time, my money doesn't capture much anymore. So I do that. But again, what we're finding those companies is actually very tough. Right? Finding those companies that have the right mix of our team and the team. Because again, it's tough, not only it's tough to do startups. Now, when you now have the issues with teams, with individuals, with entrepreneurs, and now the problem they are solving, also the scope of the problem is solving. The problem is so small, there's really nothing I can really do. You look at where this could grow to. And that's why I've seen a lot of times the people who come to us with solutions, they're so small. The thinking is so small. And so it's not something we would put money in. Want to look at the scale. What can they do for Nigeria? What can they do across the continent, even beyond the continent? That way it's easy for us to see how follow-up funding will come. The kind of solutions, the kind of problems it's going to solve. I think those are the kind of things we see increasingly. So we moved from individual funds to now friends in diaspora, and then other people who are not even Nigerians will see the benefits. And people, going back to the theme about, was it last year or early this year when Mark invested in Andela? Now, so let me step back a little bit. So I invested in Fora. Fora was what became Andela. So Fora was founded by Iyi Aboyeji. And then at that point in time, we were going across Nigeria begging people for money. So when I done the first seed round, you needed money to stay alive. We went to people who had money in Nigeria, but they didn't see it. They didn't just believe in it. Now it became Mandela, we got funding, and then after at Series B, Mark came in. And now people are complaining. So I see people complaining, you know what, foreign investors are taking all our best companies, they are putting money in. I'm like, we begged you when it was just a dime, right? So when people now come to me with that sentimental stuff of why are you selling Africa, I'm like, we begged you, but you wanted to buy your plots at Banana Island. So, and that's what it is. They didn't. So again, you've seen that with Flutter, we've also coming on. So I think we need to remove this. At the end of the day, it's about business for investors. Right? They want to add value. They want social impact. But also, does it make business sense? And so if I, as a company, need fund, and you, my fellow Nigerian or Ghanaian, are going to put money, you fail to put money in there, and where I get the money is in New York. That's where I go. And that's why you see increasingly a lot of our startups actually registering in the US, not even Nigeria. And then people go on Twitter and Facebook and start saying, why are you registering in New York? And I just tell my investors, just focus on what you're doing. Again, you can't spend time on Twitter fighting everybody and things like that. So I think that mentality also needs to change. If we want to own these companies, and so there's this Silicon Africa group that I belong to, and when Flutterwave launched, also a few months ago, there was this noise about, again, they're selling Africa off and things like that. I said, don't worry, in a few months we'll be doing another round. If you want to own Africa, to own this, put your money there. If you put your money there, you own it. If you don't put your money there, then you don't own anything. Just because it was founded by an African does not make it your property. So I think that's where we need to move to. The same way we spend our money on buying great houses and land and things like that, I think we need to start putting our own money in the companies that are formed on this continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very good contribution. I will open, just before you say it, I would open, after she speaks, I will open the floor to the audience so that you can ask your questions. And I also have some few exciting announcements to make, but I'll let you go. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm seeing something here. You know, just as a show of the point that I made, you see pyramid schemes springing up in Africa, and you see the mad rush to invest in them. You see people bring awareness on Twitter and say, look, this is the reason why you shouldn't do this. But I tell you, the average middle-class investor has said to himself, what do I stand to lose? The money I'm putting in is money I can afford to lose. So I'm just going to go in, come out. He knows it's a high-risk investment, but he's willing to take the chance. Why are they not coming to real programs that have, even if it's a 30% chance of survival? I think there's an awareness question. Because, I mean, like you, I met, Michael has a way of meeting everybody and causing problems everywhere. I met Michael. Then you start to hear a lot of things going on in a certain space that you believe you are present in and aware of. And you know, I work with people who have huge savings, who are tired of doing real estate. How much real estate can they do, really? But you know, I've had one of my colleagues say to me, yeah, but where do I put my money? And those questions are being asked every day. We need to look at awareness. We need to see that that awareness is appropriately targeted. And I think that we will find the monies come out. These guys have funds that they will not die if they lose. They're willing to take a chance on.
Thank you very much. I think that's the work of Ben. You are the African Business Angel Network.
So
can you speak to that?
ABAN, African Business Angels Network, this year has organized masterclasses in South Africa, in Kenya, in Egypt, in Somalia, in Nigeria, and we have the Angel Investor Summit coming up in November, which will be held in collaboration with the Lagos Angels Network in Lagos. And so there is more and more effort to try and create this awareness, to reach out to these individuals to say, look, you know, this is how we're investing, these are the tools, these are the strategies, these are the things to look out for, and there's just so much more to be done in terms of building up those networks.
Michael, I know you want to move on, but just very quickly. I think that when my colleague was talking here about awareness and the awareness remaining within a particular group of people, if you're tapped into the tech space, it's very easy to get information about, you know, the Angel Summit that's coming up or Angel Investor Masterclasses. I think we need to do a better job of actually speaking with bankers and asking them to, you know, make recommendations to their high net worth individuals, speaking to, you know, American Chamber of Commerce, Netherlands Embassy, for example, who have networks of business owners in Ghana that are operating that may be interested in participating. So I think we need to spread our wings a little bit more and kind of step out of the bubble that we all kind of operate and live in. And I'm not saying that you're responsible for that. Something that I've realized...
He's responsible, Thank you very much.
It's something that I've realized myself in terms of trying to build the network. A lot of our members actually come from the corporate world as opposed to being, you know, entrepreneurs. So I think there's a lot of people out there that want to get involved, but it's just us making the effort to step out and say that, you know, it's not a scary place where everybody speaks in particular jargon, you know, talking about 3Xs and, you know, venture and startups and all of these tech terms. But it's a place where, you know, we are willing to bring you in and educate you and help you to make, you know, these sound investments. So I think we have a lot of work to do there.
So in the spirit of not just making these I learned this, by the way. I was part of a panel in Pan-African University EDC in Abuja about a month ago. And so there was something interesting that the panel moderator did, which I'm about to do now. So in the spirit of not just making this a talk show, so that we actually do something, right? Do you agree with me? We should do something? All right. So the 6 people on this stage, we want to form a working group in Afrilabs to spearhead angel investing and educating middle class angel investors, everybody, and making sure they invest into our network hubs. Can I get a commitment of the 6 of you? Since that seems to be the consensus, he says yes. That means yes in
I
Nigeria.
said no, actually.
That means yes in Nigeria.
I said no, actually.
Okay. But I think it's what doing. The 6 of us here, so me being the 7th, we are committed as an organization to encourage angel investors to actually step up. I mean, it's an awareness problem. It's not so much of a doing problem, right?
My problem is I don't believe in government by committee.
Okay.
And I've seen that too many times in Nigeria, and it sound like that again. Another commission, and it's not going to be a talk shop. It's going to end up as a talk shop. The truth is, the issues are simple. Investors will not put money in if they don't know how to get their money out. One, investors will not put money in if they don't know what they are investing in. Let's do the work to make them know what they are investing in. Let's find people whose core business is doing that and let them drive that, and let's back them up. Let's not form committees, because we're all very busy people. And lumping another responsibility that we will not be able to execute will not be fair on us and the next.
So let me say, we're not forming a committee. Good. What I want you to do is to report back what you're doing. So we are holding you to it. You said you're going to make your network more aware. No, you're not doing anything extra. What you're doing right now, report it back to us. I'm the scribesman, the secretary of this working group. You guys are working. You're doing your job, no problem. Just send me an email once every quarter.
So we'll not have that. I will not make any commitments for my organization here or for myself.
But you try.
No, I'll not say anything.
Okay. So he's going to. So give it to Indidi. Indidi, can you commit?
Truly, for me, I'm really open because I'm excited about what's happening here.
Okay.
Like he says, we're all very busy people, so it's not so much the good that we desire to do, but setting up a well thought through structure that will ensure it is sustainable. So I'm open to setting up that structure. I'm committed because I can see, if I think about Nigeria today, if I just think of the middle class, I'm thinking oil and gas, the finance industry, telecommunications. I think those guys have some association somewhere that we can plug into. Truly. Maybe we don't need to set up a committee, but maybe we need to be involved and draw attention and bring to bear, leverage our network in those areas. I'm sure there's someone in MTN, Visafone, Vodafone, who is just the connect to all these things. So for me, it's about the structure. How will it work? If we can get how it will work right, then I'm game.
All right. So Indidi is game, and she's going to convince Femi to come along. Next.
I think for me, operating in this space for the last 3 years, interacting with high net worth individuals that consider themselves investors and those who don't, I think I've learned a lot. And if I can contribute towards, helping to support other angel networks getting started up in other countries, then I'm very open to doing that. If any of the information or the data that we have gathered over this time and the experiences that we have are going to help to move this agenda forward, then I'm very open to supporting with that. Yes, I think we are all busy, but I think it's really about structure, as you said, and how we can collect this data and how we can make it work for us in terms of moving the agenda forward. So yeah, I'm very open.
Cool. Are you a member of ABAN?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to be at the November
Yes, I'm going to be there.
Where is it taking place?
It's in Lagos, right?
In Lagos. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Was that a test?
I'm not a member.
He's putting me on the spot.
I don't run an angel network. I just help start one. Mr. Haben, so you are the chairman of this committee, because I'm just a scribe, I'm just a secretary. So are you committed?
We work on these questions every single day. So anyone who is operating a lab and is looking to better connect their members to the investment community, or anyone who is working to bring together a network of high net worth individuals, there are all kinds of organizations and resources available, and we're happy to link you up as quickly as possible. I think I would just maybe close my remarks on this panel with a couple of sharing some of the data that we're seeing from a VC for Africa perspective, just to give you an indication. In 2012, entrepreneurs had reported 1.2 million in deals. By 2013, that had increased to 12 million. By 2014, it was 27 million, and by last year, it had surpassed 73 million. That was basically an aggregate of more than 100 transactions that had taken place in 26 African countries. But it's not about the total size. I mean, this is a drop in the ocean compared to what's actually needed. What's more interesting is the data that's telling us that not only are the number of ventures growing, but their quality is improving over time. So the average team size used to be 3.7, then it increased to 5.7. Now the average team size is 8.9 individuals per startup. The average round has grown from 123,000 to now over 330,000 per round. So the money is there, and the money is responding. If we focus our efforts on helping entrepreneurs build really promising, professional, capable businesses, there will always be resources, and those investors will or will not be relevant for that growth story.
All right. So, Mr. Ben, I think just to focus the conversation, the outcome of this panel, the key everyone is saying is the money is there, maybe the investors are not well aware enough, the middle class have money somewhere. I hear that from this side of the panel. From that side of the panel, I hear it needs to be well aligned, and also from Femi himself, it needs to be aligned with the product. That is, the investment have to be right? What can ABAN, working with Afrilab, do to make the investor more aware? I think Afrilab members are trying to improve the pipeline. So the work that CC Hub does, Innovation does, MLab, iHub, I mean, their everyday work is improving the pipeline. Just make sure you get the right deal. But then investors don't even, I think I had a conversation this morning, and I tried to explain for the first 5-10 minutes what hubs do, or what these startups mean. So what can we do to better educate investors? Can we get an Afrilab ABAN coalition going on here that can say, we'll come to your city, we'll bring together a group of middle class, real estate, Banana Island buying, money bags like Idris Bello that has, too much money in their pension funds, even though I'm trying to put together mine. Yes, can we get that kind of thing going? Because I think it's important, because that's a key outcome here, that the investors are there, the money is going into real estate. That's the competition. The stock market is not moving, so people are just pouring money in land.
Yeah, and I think those interactions are happening every day. Rebecca Nanchang, who's one of the founders of Active Spaces, is also taking the lead on the Cameroon Angels Network.
Absolutely.
I believe you're probably visiting with iSpace and with any of the other hubs around here, trying to understand what their members are doing and what kind of interesting propositions are coming out of the space. I think Tommy Davies is around the CC Hub on a regular basis, involving the team there, also involving some of the startups and the founders that are working on all kinds of cool and exciting projects. So these kinds of interactions are happening all the time, and definitely we're committed to further fostering those linkages and creating as many of those connections as possible. Also to further look at what kind of collaboration could emerge from both an Afrilabs and an ABAN perspective.
Absolutely, thank you.
Can I just, at the expense of being controversial?
That's the point. You're on the panel.
Lagos Angel Network has been a very long and boring and arduous and fruitless journey for majority of the startups in Nigeria. The point of an angel, as opposed to a venture capitalist, is that you're taking risks, but they're so averse to risk. And the way in which they draw out the interactions with the startups, and at the end of the day, you take a startup on a journey 8 months, 9 months, a year and a half, and end up saying no. Yes. Please, if you're going to kill, just do it quick and painless and let them know it's a no. It's worse when you string them along for so long, and it makes me question who is really an angel investor. Because there are people who call themselves angel investors, but actually haven't invested a dime. But they're still in there claiming to be angel investors. How do we move beyond the talk? We believe conversations are necessary, research is necessary, depth is necessary, but we believe we should move quickly from the talk to action. Let your money back up your words. If you can't back it up too quickly, bug off and let them move to someone who is actually ready to act. And so maybe this is the opportunity to throw it to both the Ghana Angel Investor Network and Ben for Aban to move quickly from the conversation to the cash. If the cash doesn't come, it gets difficult because some of these businesses are dying while waiting for the investment. We invest, we don't waste people's time. If we're going to say no, we say the no quickly. If we're going to say yes, we say the yes, and you see the check. You'll get the money. You may get it in tranches based on how you work, but you'll get the money. And we believe we need to move to that place in the continent. It can't just be about, the due diligence process for angel investing. In most cases, is even more difficult than what people are seeing for full VC. I think that's tough.
Okay, can I jump on that? So Femi, so I think the way to go is to create alternatives to what doesn't work. Okay, so if legacy network doesn't work, you have a fund, make it work, make entrepreneurs see an alternative. And naturally, legacy network or similar networks will either die or conform. I say that because I've had my issues with legacy network. So there are companies I've invested in that they have done follow-on investing. Now, it's dragged out. And the sad part was you have investors, you have startups that needed money, right? And so you start, what some members of the Lagos State Network did was to start loaning them money. So no time sheet was drawn out. So we're asking for time sheets, but because the entrepreneur needed money, he was collecting money monthly or whatever from Lagos State Network members over a period of 12 months. So finally they came up and said, you know what, so far we've loaned you or we've given you this amount of money and this is the equity we want. And so at that point you can't go out again because you have to spend the money, right? And you can't find the money, and so you have to agree to the terms that are even better than the terms that we, the original seed investors, did. So I've seen that. But again, I've decided it's not what. Okay, so I don't represent an organization here. I'm just a single angel investor. So I don't have the time to fight those battles. But again, for people like you that have a fund, I think there's a need to show how it's done. You also have to understand the kind of people that are in some of these angel networks. I think it's also the personality. The individual personalities also affect the end result, right? The risk averseness of the people, and also again some cultural tendencies about, I'm giving you money. So it's not being looked upon as an investment, as a, you have something of value that I'm buying. So a lot of times people are doing, basically, I'm doing you a favor. So I can stretch it out over 9 months because you need something. So I think we need to move on from that level. So second point, because I know we're going to be stopped soon, that I wanted to make was about, there's been talk about visibility for investors. I think the bigger job for us is to build or help build good companies. If you build it, they will come. I'm a believer in that. If you build good companies, you would find the money. That's what I believe in. A lot of times we are not doing enough work building the good companies, and that's why we're spending so much time looking for the money. I think we need to help our entrepreneurs build better companies, and then I think the job of finding money becomes easier. And someone spoke about exit. Exit is still a big issue, but I think also as we're building the company, building it for acquisition, I think it's probably the easier way to go on the continent. Now you could, and not just local acquisition, I think foreign acquisition, and I'm open to that. So I think it's still easier than looking for IPOs. But again, there's still a lot of issues there. It's still early days, so they're going to be the Lagos Angel networks with their issues. I think with time, they will either conform or die. But I think those who know what they want to do should just go ahead and do stuff.
Thank you very much. I think this conversation, unfortunately, it seems like my timekeeper has indicated we're enjoying ourselves here, but this conversation will continue on the sidelines and on Twitter and Facebook. It's a very important conversation. I know you have a lot of questions, but just some few announcements that I'm sure you're going to be excited about. There's going to be an after party tonight. Who's excited about having a party? Don't. I'm looking at you students, go home to read. It's going to be an after party for the adults tonight at Rockstone's office behind the police headquarters. You'll be paying for your own drinks, but you have great party. You are invited. Please come. I believe the party starts after 8, 9 o'clock. Where is it? 10 o'clock. So it's going to be a late night party. So people will be coming in here tomorrow a little bit late, apparently, because they will be partying late. But it's a great time to actually I've done these parties in Germany before, Berlin, when we had a gathering like this, and techies have the best party by far. Please don't miss it if you can make it. It's going to be at Rockstone's office behind the police headquarters, and it's going to be for 10, and we expect you to come out in your best, not your best behavior, but your best party shoes. Have fun, people will be dancing and having a great time. I see Mr. MC is already laughing. I think he's going to be turning it up.
I like the sound of it already.
There you go.
Even the timing is perfect.
There you go.
Please don't come at 9. There's no proper party that's
You got at 9, I agree.
After 10, perfect.
Perfect. So also the masterclasses will be taking place at CSIR, just few blocks down the road, just about 2 minutes from here. Buses will be available to convey attendance there after lunch. So I believe we're going to lunch now. After lunch, we
have one more session.
One more session, then we go to lunch.
Yes.
So after lunch, we'll be going a few blocks down the road. There are going to be masterclasses. Please sign up if you've not signed up already. Different sessions, and I believe the MC will be giving us an update. Lastly, there's going to be an annual general meeting of Afrilabs members. It's going to take place between 6 and 8 o'clock. You'll have more information as well. The venue is going to be somewhere here, where if you're a member of Afrilabs, please see one of the ladies in the t-shirt to sort of sign up to be the delegate for your hub. If you're a member of Afrilabs, you know yourself. Members of Afrilabs, there's going to be an annual general meeting today between 6 and 8 o'clock. That is it. I really enjoyed this conversation. I want to invite members of my panel, money bags, bankers, angel investors. Please give them a round of applause. And can we take a quick panel photograph? And then we can go.
Okay. Oh no, before you go, just a quick photo before you go. So we are going to jump straight into the next session. It's our first plenary session for the day. We'll be discussing strengthening hubs as institutions for open societies. Strengthening hubs as institutions for open societies. And we're going to keep one of the panel members from this particular session. So Melissa, if you can stay on for this particular one. Okay, so we are going to invite our panelists for this particular session. Now, so I did say that it would be best if we have her staying on as one of the moderators. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for Nigeria Sambuli, who is going to be the moderator for our next session. Well, let's hear it for her as she walks up. So we are going to be discussing strengthening hubs as institutions for open societies. Can I please also have on stage Femi Long, co-founder CC Hub. Femi, it's brilliant. Joram Mwinamo. I hope I got your name right. Yes, I did. So please put your hands together for Joram. Now Joram is a managing partner at Wild. Please put your hands together for him. I see he has a lot of support as well. In a few minutes we'll be discovering why. Richard Givers, if you're here. Yes, Richard Givers is the founder of Open Data Durban. Richard Givers is the founder of Open Data Durban. Anita Widita. Anita Widita. Aha, all the way in the back. He's a manager at Open Data Lab Jakarta. Please put your hands together for him as he joins us for this session. And finally, but definitely not the least, Rex Law. He is a manager at Hi-Fi in the Philippines. Rex Law is a manager at Hi-Fi in the Philippines. And so we are going to have this session. It's going to be based on strengthening hubs as institutions for open societies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for the members of our panel.
Hi, everyone. Please, hi. I'm going to give you a minute to please stand up and stretch. It's been a lot of sitting. It's getting very warm. We're baking. Stretch it out, stretch it out. It's well deserved. All right, everyone feeling a bit more? Hopefully we'll power through. We'll try and keep this on time so we go straight to lunch. Yes, we can sit down now. Everyone's feeling a bit better, I hope. In many ways, I want us to just continue the conversation we started earlier as more of a Q&A. And maybe as we go around, because it's quite, this is not necessarily a panel, this is a forum. As we go around, just quickly introduce the hub you represent, a quick overview of what you do, and your initial thoughts about the question we're here to engage on. How your space is becoming platforms for open and innovative societies. Just your preliminary thoughts. Are there challenges? Are there things that are working? And then we'll take it from there. So we'll start from my far left with Rex, who's bringing in a perspective from all the way from the Philippines. Let's hear it for Rex.
All right. I'm Rex Lohr, by the way. I am an associate of the Hub of Innovation for Inclusion. It's a university-based innovation lab in the Philippines. We are some sort of a first of a kind in the Philippines, having to focus more on social innovation activities and social innovation projects. As for the question, which is how can hubs I'm sorry, what's it again? How can hubs?
Not even how you're doing it, how you engaging and making your spaces more open and innovative. Yeah.
All right. You know, in innovation and our innovation lab as a focusing on social innovation, we find it necessary to encourage everyone to join in. As a hub, we are actually encouraging a cross-sector collaboration from different sectors in society, and from different disciplines. We find it as an important aspect of having to be able to answer challenges to social issues. When we are able to create a space and an open platform where we allow people of different fields to answer specific questions in their own special way. Yeah.
So spaces people can question and think about what they want to work on. Antia, who happens to be my colleague, so I have a marking scheme, but I'll have him explain what they're doing over in Jakarta.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum. My name is Antia Widita. I'm from the Web Foundation's Open Data Lab Jakarta. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the host, of course, Afrilabs and iSpace, and of course the sponsor making all voices count. This is my first time in Ghana. I feel very happy. Very well received, very friendly people, beautiful country, and I see a lot of things going on in Accra, in the city. Many buildings are being built, which is a good sign of a good economy. So the Open Data Lab Jakarta is a research and innovation lab especially focusing on harnessing the potential of open data for social impact. So we are not actually a hub, let's say, because we focus on develop and test models and build evidence on the use of open data for solving practical problems. But we also somehow function as a lab because as a hub, sorry, because like you said, to create an open society, we need to somehow to be able to convene all of the stakeholders to create this discussion, you know, and communicate to each other. And well, we do this by open data because we feel that opening up the data, especially public government data, is the key enabler to do this, to increase the participants of the citizens and so on. So it goes from there. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to jump right to Richard because everyone else has been speaking and I'll come back to you guys. But Richard, give us a perspective of Open Data Durban.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Sanjay. Hi, my name's Richard Gevers. I'm the founder of Open Data Durban, which is the first city-facing civic tech lab in Africa, apparently. I also am the co-founder of a data science startup in Durban, which I kind of cannibalized to start Open Data Durban. And together with Code for South Africa, we've started to run the CodeBridge Tech Hub, focusing mainly on civic tech. So that's where we're from. And I think what in terms of this idea about making kind of an ecosystem count or an open society, the focus we're taking on is not leaving anyone out of the ecosystem. And so a lot of what we've been doing has been involving each facet of a solution. How does gov, how does media, how does innovators, how does citizens, how do academics, how does that all fit together in these solutions to make a change or make a difference? And we're seeing a big rise in the idea of a social venture. So you get this idea of this pyramid of at the top maybe is pure charity, and the things that just will never be able to be supported except through support like grants. And then you've got pure commerce. But this weird part that fits in the middle, this idea of a social venture, is anything that's for-profit or not-for-profit that sees impact as its highest metric. And I think this is quite an interesting space to play because it means there can be this mixing of startups and innovators and also CSOs and other types of organizations. And the idea of being in that space is you should be driving towards sustainability. And so what we've been doing in our hub is incubating organizations that can be for-profit or not-for-profit, but that get to, we're trying to drive towards sustainability, and we don't see why if you're a non-profit you shouldn't be working under the same metrics to try and achieve impact as a commercial venture. And so it's things like lean principles and lean startup and user-centered design and failing forward. And then I think also we started as an open data lab, and that's what we focus on. But so open data is opening access to information or any data that can be used by governments to improve service delivery, by innovators to start an innovative solution, and in many other uses. But what we found is that impact from open data is a little bit like pushing a string. So governments and business and other organizations open access to data, but without this layer of building technology on top of it that connects people to it, it's pretty meaningless. But even this idea of civic technology, again, either for-profit or not-for-profit, is really just making that string stronger. And it's this whole idea of starting with a person at a problem and ending there that's actually going to pull through some sort of impact. And so what we're really trying to focus on now as a hub, as CodeBridge is the hub between Code for South Africa and Open Data Durban and other partners that are coming on, is how can we create this idea of technology for accountability? And the accountability being some sort of real impact, and not saying once we've got the flashy app up or the website or the open data portal or some process that we're done or we're finished and we can sort of clap ourselves on the back, but has one person's life changed in any way? And then maybe we can start to, so that's how
Great. Femi, I want to ask a more targeted question because we've heard from you previously. And who's benefiting from CC Hub and who's not present? And what do you think is the reason why they're present or those who are not present in that scale?
So maybe I'll go a step backwards because in the previous panel, you met CC Hub, the investor. Yeah. There is CC Hub, the innovation open living lab, which is the part of the business that I lead on. And I'll tell you our belief in that part. So most incubators, most hubs do calls for ideas to get entrepreneurs into their process. But we're very conscious that in most cases, the developers that know how to build technology solutions may not actually understand the problems in different sectors where there are challenges. And the people in those sectors who understand the challenges may also not know enough about how technology can play a role in helping them create solutions. And so what we do in our Open Living Labs, which I drive, is from time to time we'll bring these stakeholders from these different sectors who rarely ever meet into a room, focus them on a specific problem that they come together with as a group in that sector. We'll bring, so if we're working in education on, say, how to reduce failure rates in the terminal exams in high school, we'll bring teachers into the room, we'll bring students into the room, we'll bring school owners into the room, we'll bring parents into the room, we'll bring software developers into the room, we'll bring people from the banks, we'll bring people from marketing communications, and tell them this is the problem. Can we think up new solutions to this problem? When they think up these new solutions, we challenge them to go an extra mile and figure out how we can use web or mobile technology to enhance the solution that they come up with. And then we go the next step and say, can you build a rapid prototype, a very quick working version of this solution? Because we believe and we realize that it's easier to support and give support to an idea when you can actually see something tangible versus when you're being told about something that someone can only see in their head. So we quickly move to rapid prototype. Now, when we get to rapid prototype, that solution can either go and sit in an existing organization. So we may find an existing NGO or a business or a school that can host that solution and drive it as one of their products. Or it becomes the new product at the heart of a new startup. And when we started with this process, and we started with trying to use this approach to force and foster social accountability. So how can you get citizens to have a greater say in how the society is governed? But also, how do you get citizens to contribute in delivering those services that traditionally we expect government to? So if I come to your question about who's benefited from our work, over the last 6 years, we've run this kind of process covering a wide range of issues, from education to healthcare to transparency in the extractive industries to cultural and creative industries to water and waste management to healthcare. A broad range. And in every single one of those range, we brought in stakeholders who traditionally will not interact with technology into the room to start thinking about their work and thinking of technology as a tool that they can leverage. So I can say in these industries, expanding the minds of people in those industries has been of benefit to them too, because it also changes the way they do their work. But then there's the benefit of the startups that we run. So the first startup that came out of our process was actually hacked from scratch in the second event we ever did in March 2011. It's a platform called Budget. And what Budget does is they make it easy for citizens in Nigeria, irrespective of your literacy level, to understand how the government spends money. And using images, using infographics, using tweets and short messaging. So imagine tweeting an entire government budget. It makes it easy for people to get context. It's grown from one guy who met a team at a hackathon where he met his co-founder and he launched something in September 2011 to a company now with 24 staff members, turnovers last year of $800,000. And if you look at the idea that I described, the first question that people always ask is, how do they make money? But the truth is, when we start, the starting of our process is how is it going to add value? And once we can get it to add value, we'll figure out how it will make money. what they have done in the last 5 years is they have more knowledge in Nigeria right now on how public finance works in Nigeria than any other agency in government and outside government. So right now, they are being paid to train our senators so that they can perform their budget oversight functions. They did the analysis. They took the 1,000-something pages of the budget last year and turned it into a visual report that influenced how the Senate passed the budget for Nigeria for this year. But they've also learned a lot around how to take data and present it in a way that people can make sense of. So banks and corporates are paying them to take their Excel sheets and converting it into infographics and visuals that they can use for presentations. And they're earning revenue, and they're sustainable. So we believe our work helps bring these diverse players together, but the startups that come out of the process also are having impact on society.
Thank you so much. To Melissa and to Jerome, and any of you can go first. As people who are supporting and working with these ecosystems, are we putting too much pressure? Do we expect them to be all things to all men and women? And this is the last part where this conversation is guided, after which I want everyone to jump, grab a mic and talk. It's too hot to keep going with this format. What is feasible, what's doable? So what is the role you see then for the work that you're doing to support that? And even when you identify things that are missing, how do we bring them in? Because I think one of the things I find fascinating, having worked in hubs, is you come, we give a story like that, and then people say, so you know what you should do? And then they pile on. So how do we actually manage a process of these spaces everyone has identified something very specific they're working on. How do we help them then scale the work that they're doing? What's the role of not outsiders, but curious onlookers like yourselves to facilitate that process? So you can speak in whatever capacity you feel you've been engaging in to do that.
Okay, my name is Joram Winamo. I am actually a consultant and a mentor to some of the MAVC hubs, and the role that I've been playing in the ecosystem is, so usually you have the technology, you have the problem that's being solved, but that has to be most of the time contained within an organization. And so my observation has been that you'll have people like the ones Femi was talking about, who have a brilliant, solution to a problem through technology, but they are doing it within an organization, and as it begins to grow and have bigger impact, what tends to happen is that an organization is a very complex thing to run. So you have a very good problem that you're solving, but you have to think about taxes, you have to think about recruitment, you have to think about your team members, you have to think about your organization structure, and those kind of things tend to overwhelm the entrepreneurs because they just wanted to solve a problem, but they find themselves with additional problems as far as running the organization is concerned. So we have been stepping in just to help them with the business processes, just help them be better structured, because many times you'll find that a very good solution is unable to scale and have larger impact within one city, one country, or even a region, because the entrepreneurs lack the skills of structuring an organization that can carry this solution beyond borders or within a wider scale. So beyond the technology, beyond the solution, it's also very important for the people who come up with these solutions to invest in knowledge about how to run an organization. And it's also important for them to get support in terms of how to structure their organizations and grow. I've seen a lot of brilliant solutions die because they were hit with a tax bill because they did not know what taxes to pay, and therefore they have to shut down because they're in trouble with the government, or they were not paying some employee taxes that they were supposed to. So beyond understanding the technology solution and the problem that you're solving, it's very important for civic tech or any entrepreneur to invest in understanding how to build an institution that is well structured and that is scalable. So that's where we've been coming in, just to empower the organization so they can go to the next level.
I think as well, you know, that different organizations, hubs are figuring out what specific value they can add. And definitely it's a mistake to try and be all things to all people as a single hub. However, collectively, we don't really understand what the hub space looks like collectively. We have no information concretely. We have anecdotal information for those of us who've been exposed to a few hubs. But so one thing that I think curious onlookers can do is, for instance, support and finance and actually do this work of mapping what's going on, what are the patterns, what are the dots, what are the strengths, are there strengths within regions, or are there, is there a trend towards civic tech hubs in Southern Africa? Like for instance, Richard mentioned they're the first of their kind in Africa, allegedly. We need to kind of remove that allegedly part and be sure by actually collecting data. I feel
we're never really sure about anything.
We're never really sure about anything. So we need more information. We just need more data mapping and strengthening platforms for sharing this kind of information.
There's a very interesting question, and anyone can jump in on, and then we'll also try and make it as interactive as possible. I also need to get a note about how much time we have. There's no timer. We'll be Africans and talk till they tell us to stop. Sweet. All right. This question is actually very interesting. Are your hubs effective as spaces for channeling the voice of ordinary citizens and empowering them to solve governance problems through collaboration? I think Femi sort of answered it by saying with the Living Labs model. But to you, the question would be, have you been able to pull in the policymakers we were talking about before to come in? Because they're almost always the missing link. So you can speak to that, but anyone else can answer that question as they see it fitting within their hubs. Ordinary citizens, let's paint the picture of how they're channeling their voice through the hubs.
So, I mean, something that we do is we run a citizen lab every Thursday evening. And what's really been quite interesting about this is that, so we've got these streams running through CoBridge. We've got like data journalism training. We've got work with government about data literacy. We've got incubating and the innovation program. But those are all targeted. And then what we've done is try to create this enabling space once a week and then online all the time where people can come together to hack the city or hack the government, whatever, for good. I mean that in a good way. And at the same time, we've been running campaigns. So that currently we're running 2 campaigns. One's called Reimagine Storytelling, where we're asking people to enter in and tell an interactive story about something that needs an impact. So it could be access to sanitation and informal settlements, or something like that. Then we're also running a responsive cities challenge, where teams are asked to enter, and the city has actually put up data and challenges like cable theft, water management, and water loss control, connecting citizens to governments. We're actually doing this across 5 cities in South Africa. And what's been really, teams are asked to enter to build a solution for this, one that can be scalable and potentially viable. And I mean, what's really interesting about that is that the data and the challenges have been put forward by government, by city governments. And so what started to happen is that even, at our citizen lab, we're starting to have government people coming through, and now that there's these incentives or these challenges, with this prize money and the opportunity to get further seed funding and all this kind of thing, there's a lot of focus on innovation, and people are starting to ask government, like, can we have extra data? Can we understand these things? And so it's starting to drive this thing. But we've noticed it's very peculiar or specific to the area or the government. So in some cities we get a lot of traction. In some national departments we get a lot of traction, and some the doors closed, and so that's been, quite an interesting thing. But that has started to see this interaction between gov and citizens quite interestingly.
Awesome. Anyone on the side with a story to tell?
Yeah. So, well, if you talk about open data, I mean, nobody cares about open data, right? You cares about health, education, sanitation, stuff like that. So, and one of our key stakeholders is the government, because we are working with public data, which is This is coming from the government. So we have to engage with them anyway. And they should be the key part of it. So what we do is, we start with a practical problem. So we don't talk about open data first. We start with practical problem. What is it? Is it lack of education, bad facility, school, or whatever? And then we start the discussion or the interaction from that. Inviting the government, inviting the local CSOs, civil society organizations, private sectors, academias, and stuff like, and people like that. So basically all stakeholders. And then we try to ask about like what exactly is the problem? Like what kind of data do you need? What kind of data is available? And then is it open yet? Like can the citizens see the government data, and can they analyze it and stuff like that? So the conversation starts from there. And then we provide capacity building in terms of analyzing the data, making sure that it's complete, clean, and ready to be analyzed and stuff like that. And then they will come with something, you know, probably in terms of infographics, or as simple as a percentage of, okay, so 74% of all the schools in Jakarta, for example, is bad. Okay, so now we know the problem, the real problem, and then talk about the solution. Now, so that's how we engage all of the stakeholders, and in a way we promote the use of open data itself, because if you talk directly to people about open data, no one really cares, you know, like, and it's really difficult to get attention of the government. I mean that's our everyday challenge.
Okay. I just had an additional point. The question was, are hubs effective, you know, in being agents of, the society? I think one of the things that we probably need to keep in mind is the limitations of technology in Africa. Because there are many places where people look at the technology as the solution, yet there are so many problems that are attached to the problem that you're solving that technology has limitations on. So he just gave an example where you can use technology to, you know, do infographics and make it a bit more palatable. But you may find that the people who need to interact with that information are not on a smartphone, maybe they're on a mobile phone, or maybe they're in a place with no electricity. So how do you make sure that that information goes the extra mile? And for me, it's just to encourage the hubs to always think beyond technology. You could print out leaflets of the infographics and distribute them to people who do not have access to technology, so that that information can reach them. And so while technology may be a solution to the problems that we are dealing with, I think we always need to keep in mind that a lot of what it is that we're trying to solve cannot yet be fully solved by technology, and therefore we may need additional means of being able to reach people. And I'm seeing that he has a point to add to that.
Wonderful. Now we're getting there.
I just want to, that's such a great point. I mean, technology is just, it's just the pipe, it's not the water, it's not the solution, it's just a facilitation and enables scale and analysis. I mean, a really great example of what was just, that point is COVA South Africa he's one of the partners on the Co-Bridge Hub in South Africa, run a community-based monitoring project with the Black Sash, actually led by the Black Sash, which is a CSO in South Africa. And I mean, paper is a good technology.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, so the whole idea is to get local government representatives and communities into the same space talking about service delivery. But again, the type of communities that don't necessarily have smartphones, don't have access to internet, maybe don't understand how to use percentages, because that's not always a given. And so there's a lot of analysis and wrangling of data and working with the stuff to eventually print out paper-based simple like infographics that are now being used for engagement to drive discussions with local governments around community-based monitoring on that sort of, paper. So I think that's a good example just to add.
All right. When we started the Hub of Innovation for Inclusion just recently this year, we originally thought that it's going to be something that we are, going to train our students to become tech entrepreneurs in the future. But as we go along the way, we've found some gaps that we think we need to fill. One of the gaps that we found, and we actually found it to be an opportunity, is that our tech hub is actually a potent tool for bringing everyone together. When we talk about open data and open societies, we talk about technology, and we talk about the internet and social media as a way, as a potent tool for transparency, and we've realized that for quite some time now, and we are moving towards that direction. Our history in the Philippines have been like we have experienced in our history how social media way back in around 90s, when there was still no Friendster, no Facebook, and everything was like, we were called the text capital of the whole world. We were sending like, millions of text messages a day, but that technology actually became a potent tool to have a new regime change. We actually ousted the president by using that technology, and we have found that. Our main challenge now is actually to be able to leverage this type of framework. Our main challenge is how might we be able to push legislation while our president, colorful as his words may be, has pushed for the Freedom of Information Bill by him initiating his own version for his own executive branch, and everything's open now. Our main challenge now is actually to push the same, because there's been such a distrust between civic groups and the legislative branch of our government. And I've said a while ago that the hub has been we've seen as a potent tool, because this is actually a space where there can be a sober conversation between government and civic groups. Because if it's just the civic group, in our experience, if it's just the civic groups or the activists and the government talking together, they might, end up ramming vehicles against the rallies, right? That's the latest news now. But if we are able to use our tech hub, especially set in a university setting, then it will be a sober academic atmosphere where we can actually engage together in an environment where there is trust. So that, I think, before even us going into using the technology and social media and internet as a framework to be able to push for these types of framework, I think for us in the Philippines, we have to be actively involved in creating this conversation of trust. And that is something that we are seeing now.
I think, that's a thread that's starting to emerge in a lot of discussions today, that the role of innovation hubs might be safe spaces for all these people to finally meet, and appropriate technologies being leveraged to make people work together. Now I'm going to throw a bomb, because that's what I do. How are women faring in these spaces of yours?
Well, look at...
Go for it. Any one of them. Anybody.
Look at the stage in Nigeria.
How safe are they? And actually, no, on a serious note, not just women, but people, minority groups, people with disabilities, groups that would otherwise not be reached by the traditional spaces we have. What are the efforts you're trying to put in place to make sure this is just a safer space for them? And also for the guys supporting the spaces, I'd love to hear from you about that.
We ask this question a lot at MAVC.
I take it everywhere.
Yes. And, well, may I just throw the bomb as well, like just to add on to that, that I don't think hubs are making much effort, especially perhaps for gender, for women because it's trendy and it's the thing now. But in terms of like people with disabilities, other groups of marginalized groups.
I just want to make sure you're being heard. It sounds like your mic is fading off.
Should hold
Yeah.
it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My view is that hubs are not making enough effort to reach out to marginalized groups, especially like people with disabilities, looking at just basic things like physical accessibility, like wheelchair accessibility, for instance. I don't think enough is being done. However, that could be because as you're busy trying to just still figure out what you're on about as a hub and paying rent, maybe that's stuff that will start being thought about later. But I think people should be thinking about it from the very beginning.
So in terms of diversity and gender, we're very conscious of it, and we're making efforts. Our incubator currently has 9 businesses in it. No, has 8 businesses in it. 4 of them are founded by women. And we're conscious about expanding that space. So the developer community itself, worldwide, is still heavily masculine. But the point is, when we don't call ourselves a tech hub, we're a social innovation center. We're here to solve problems. When you open up the whole ecosystem of those that want to solve problems, it's actually a very diverse space. So a woman may start a company. She may not be the one that builds the tech, but she's the one that's driving it, and we're supporting her. Within our space, we have a women cluster, a tech women cluster that's engaged. And the question we keep asking them to give us answers on is, how can we make this place more friendly for you? On disability, our limitation right now is because it's not our building. And, and there's so much we can do in the building. And if it's not been constructed to be wheelchair accessible, then there's only so much you can do. But we're very conscious of it. And last year, one of the conversations that we had was with disability rights groups in Nigeria around seeing how we can come up with solutions to push their challenges to the forefront and to use innovation to address some of those things. So we're very conscious about trying to invite people from all the different spaces. On the question you asked before about government, so we have our own theory around engaging government, which so far it's worked for us. It can be slow and hard, but for the environment where we're operating, it kind of works. And for us, it is control the power dynamics. So when we started, we intentionally said we're not going to collect any resource from government. Intentionally. And the reason why is, in Nigeria, when you engage with someone in government, their default thinking is that government has something and you want it. Yeah. And once that's the mindset, they control the agenda. And we're keen about, remember I said about the agenda. And so for us, what we do is we'll create the context and make it impossible for them to ignore us. So a few years ago, when Lagos had an innovation advisory council, we did a bit of research, our own research, to crowd map clusters of innovation in Lagos. We built it, we did the mapping, then we went to them and said, hey, we built this too. And they took it on as their flagship project. One of the things that engagement did, so they could go around and say, oh, we've done this. Part of the work of the council is to launch this too. Fine, feel free with it. But from that too, when we mapped and realized that the neighborhood where we are in Lagos was starting to become a potential cluster for technology. Leveraging that relationship that we had built with them, and we realized that engaging the businesses in the cluster, we found one of their biggest challenges was internet and cost of internet. And the company that provided us fiber said they had been trying for 2 years to get right of way to lay fiber in the neighborhood. Building on that relationship, we went to meet that same state government that had been feeling good about the tool and said, well, you know, you can actually take this tool to the next level and just grant these guys right of way to put fiber in the neighborhood. And this is the socioeconomic benefit. The very next day, the government waived a $2 million right of way for that company to put fiber in the neighborhood. And in 3 years, that place it's grown from 7 companies to close to 70 technology companies in that cluster. Now the government, and we're the ones telling them, you guys should celebrate this more. Because the effort, the simple thing you did, which didn't involve an exchange of a dime, caused this kind of change. So we believe our way to influence policy is to show them. Telling them, it becomes a shouting battle. But show them and sell value to them. If you can make someone in government look good, they will do the things you want. And the critical thing is just to find the right person and find what you can do for that person that will make them look good, but would also meet your own needs. So that's the way we are hacking government engagement and policy.
Richard seems very eager to check in on that one, and then we'll move to the side.
It's just, I mean, like, this guy's, I just want to listen to everything he says. I mean, it's exactly the same approach we've taken. I mean, sorry, I'll get back to the other question, but just to comment on that. You know, I work with governments, we just try and say, well, what is the pain that you can't solve? You can't show the jobs that were created because you can't do that, you don't have the data. You can't get to disasters fast enough because you're not you don't have the sensors or whatever. And then just to be like very clear, you know, in our work with Gov, that we don't charge, or we don't try to take money from government. And if they take something and they put their logo on it and take ours off, that's the best. That's the best thing that can happen. So I mean, I think that's just like a very similar approach. So it's awesome to get that. In terms of representation of minorities and women, and I mean, we set up the co-working space that we started. I mean, Open Data Durban started as a meetup, like just over a year ago, and we've had quite high growth. And when we first started, our space is just like very disabled access friendly. We spread it like very widely, and a lot of white guys showed up. Like that's just, you know, because you put out this thing of tech and data science and all these kind of things. And we tried to rename hackathons Data Quests, and that didn't work because it still sounds too geeky. And then, so what we really are starting to do, I mean, it's starting to change substantially now. And a lot of it is just about the language and the approach, and starting with our team. So as a team, we are more women, we're more non-whites, not more disabled, but I mean, like we're actively focused on trying to build that into the way we do things, and then on the outward approach. But another very exciting development is we've started these schools open data clubs. So, I mean, there's an ability at which you can impact on what currently exists, but I mean, what currently exists is a result of power dynamics and history that exists. Like, there's a reason why, and it's not good reasons why, there's too many men in tech, there's too many white people, there's too many, like, you know, all of this kind of thing. And so there's so much you can do for this. And then I think a really key thing is to also focus on generations coming up. So we have this vision to make these open data clubs at schools across our city, and for every school, to example, be a weather station, where the kids build these Arduino 3D printed weather stations, measure the data, like start to build around it, see what comes out of it. And a lot of that is to teach kids that they can be active citizens, that data is for, you know, and tech is for everyone. And specifically this, you know, we ran a trial of this week for Africa Code Week. And the first day we started, we expected 160 kids in a school we were working in the Nanda Valley. And the teachers saw what we were doing, and then they just it became 440 kids that we were trying to take through data literacy training and Scratch and all this kind of thing. And I hope that there's also a lot of amazing programs that are happening around us, Women in Tech, Girls Who Code, and I think it's like really important to try and like let their voices be loudest, and work with them. Yeah.
Anyone on the side wants to chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that on the question of women in tech, I think we have made a lot of progress. Just to bring out the evidence. If you look at Afrilabs, it's an all-girls team. Yeah, and I think that's a lot of progress. There's not a single hub I've visited in Africa that doesn't have a Women in Tech initiative. I think where the challenge is probably within the founding teams or the boards of the hubs where women are not represented, and that's really where the power lies, and that's where the decisions are made. One of the problems, though, could be that there is no data that tracks how many women are on, for example, boards in hubs you have.
No, let's engage in this conversation a bit, because I personally find it very problematic that when it comes to getting more women in the room, it's a data conversation. But how is it that it's the default to get men in the room? How is it the default that it's to get white people in the room? So how do we start, because you see, again, we are caught up in counting the wrong thing, that there are more women organizing. That's fine. It's in decision making, in the places that actually start to trickle, like sort of like make this from the top down approach work.
Yeah.
So I'm very worried about counting the metric halfway.
No, but I was going to explain why. I think, people will operate with a default setting. And so, if we are 3 male founders of a hub, it might not hit us until 2-3 years down the line is when we start to realize, wait, maybe we should have women in the room, because it's just a default setting that all we were focused on was solving a problem. But then with time we realize that we are not adequately structured to solve all the problems that are there. And therefore it's important to have something that shows. In Kenya we have an initiative that tracks how many women are on boards of listed companies. And until that data was presented, it had not hit people that most of the boards were actually male dominated. Some were 100% male boards. And so I think it would be important to have the information out there that makes people think twice. Because I've seen in cases where people start to highlight that I wish we had more women on this panel. I think it was a default setting for someone to simply look at the contributions that people were bringing to the table rather than looking at the gender. Okay, but if there was something that could always guide people to always think from a point of view of having representation, having minorities in the room, then the culture will begin to change. Africa is, generally a male-dominated patrilineal culture in most of the places. So I think we always come from the default. I know I'm putting myself in a lot of trouble, but I'm explaining why the default continues to be as it is.
Here's a practical tip for everyone when you go home. If you're going to a meeting or a space and you're going to build and everyone looks like you, something is wrong. If you enter a room and it's all men and you're saying you're trying to change the world, I beg, something is wrong. So that's how because it's 3 years down the line to realize you've not included other people. It's fundamentally problematic. And I think these spaces, these alternatives that are starting to come up, have to get it from the get-go. So this is why I call it bad manners when you enter a room and it's just men talking about how they're going to change the world. The problem with Africa, how we're financing, is a problem. Let's call it what it is and let's change it from there. Thank you. Now, I wanted to check if anybody else wanted to contribute to that, and also a sense of whether there are questions or contributions from the wonderful. Okay, noted. We're going to start there and jump right to her.
Yeah, I agree actually with Melissa. I think we as a Jakarta Lab has not really done much in terms of engaging with the women, let's say, or the women activists, let's say, actually hearing what they say about what we do. And this is exactly why we are going to have a workshop next month, actually. And this is actually a very brand new experience. It's going to be a very brand new experience for us as well, because this is a sector that we have never really, talk a lot. Even though in the Web Foundation, of course, we do talk about this. And so, yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how things are going to work. Like we always, we care about inclusion, right? And many of our key stakeholders are also women. The mayor of city of Banda Aceh in Jakarta, in Indonesia, is a woman, and he's one of our key stakeholders supporting open data, working with us to, including the citizen and so on. And as a team, we are quite a diverse team. So it's just not, it's not shown within our activities yet, but the DNA is there actually. So we just start to involve more into this issue actually.
I'll just add that it's also because as your colleague I've been agitating. So thank you for indulging us.
All right. As regards the issue of women in tech, in tech hubs, especially in our country, in the Philippines, I think we have, as a society, we really have no problems with that type of issue. In fact, we have already gone to that level where we do not have to emphasize that there should be women in this part, that there should be women in this. We have we have elected 2 women presidents in the past few years. My boss is a woman, Melissa met her. There are plenty of women in our areas, and it's the culture of inclusion that we have already kind of reached at that level of being part of our culture. So women in tech in the Philippines, actually there are more women in tech in the Philippines. Some of the women who are into innovation, some of those who have been running successful innovation labs and startup groups are actually women, like in Kickstart Philippines. Minette Navarrete, who is one of our members of our board of advisors at Hi-Fi, is actually women. In our board of 5, 3 are women. A majority are actually women. So it's not really an issue in our...
You'll live long and prosper. I'm just going to take one question for this lady because her hand was up and we're going to close it. We had time, now we don't. But we're going to hear her intervention and then call it a lunch break, I guess.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nanaya. Since we are talking about involving more minorities into the tech hub, the tech lab, I have a question. Is the tech labs geared towards university graduates? Are you guys trying to involve more ordinary individuals? Because most of the time there are entrepreneurial programs for entrepreneurs, but you go in there and the requirement is you have to be a university graduate. It seems in the tech labs, and I'm talking from a Ghanaian point of view, so I might be wrong, but you look at these things and it seems like most of the programs are for university graduates. So if you're not a university graduate, you can't be an entrepreneur. That's how I see it. So my question is, are tech hubs being created for university graduates or all individuals?
Thank you. On that very good question, these guys are going to be committed to having lunch with all of you so that you can have this discussion. I'm seeing half-mast eyes, therefore we must call it a session. But let's take that discussion, because I think she's asking a very fundamental question. Is there a particular profile we're setting up of who fits automatically and therefore blocking people because of those images? But I'm not allowed to take responses because half-mast eyes and organizers want to take on to the next level. Thank you for listening to us. These people are here to engage with all of you. But apparently there's time for an answer. Time keeps showing up.
Okay, so 30 seconds for an answer.
So if you come at it at Tech Hub, then you need a certain level of skills to engage, which is technical skills, which may not necessarily come from universities. If you come at it as a place to create solutions, then everybody in society can create solutions. But also if you don't think about it as a solo man job, one-man job, but a job of teams, then you can have mixed teams that not necessarily people with university degrees. We intentionally kept our costs for membership extremely low so that your costs, your ability to pay is not the barrier from being in the space to add value. And I think that's the way it should be.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Please put your hands together for the members of this particular panel. We had Nigeria Sambuli, Femi Long, Melissa Mbugua, Joram Mwinamo, Richard Givers, Antia Widita, and Rex Law. Now, we are going to be zooming straight into lunch, which I have been waiting for quite a while. And now, the ushers are going to be calling us by groups, so it's a little more orderly. And so, the ushers are going to be going around now, and they're going to be calling us in groups. So please remain seated until your group is called as we zoom out for lunch. But please remember that lunch is for an hour, and then after that, we're going to have masterclass sessions. We're going to have 4 of them. There's one on monitoring, evaluation, and benchmarking of business activities. There's another on business leadership, innovation, and strategy. There's another on communication skills, interpersonal skills, and leadership. And the final one is on business model canvas. Now, all these are going to happen around the same time. It's going to be for 2 hours, so make sure you make yourself available. The buses will be available outside, and you're going to be transported to the venue for the sessions. So please make yourself available for those particular ones. I mean, you can walk, but then, for those who don't like walking, those who don't have to track your steps and synchronize at the end of the day, you can just wait for the bus. Yes, indeed. So we are going to be calling by groups, and we're going to head out to lunch. So we'll see you after lunch and after the master classes for the very final plenary session on sustainability, managing tech hubs in Africa, challenges and insights. Thank you so much, and we'll see you after the master classes. Thank you. Oh yeah, they're going to take a picture together, so that'll be great.
Yami bolo etantena na mwase mugende na tindi wala bosinga bongo nyole yobami mukuti ndena na tibe mwena si
certain canals we've done very well, unless we are still lacking behind. When it comes to fair elections, I think that's fair. We've faced it.
Briefly give us a bit of information about how they see the data landscape right now and kind of what their involvement has been in the landscape this far. And to touch a bit on kind of where you see opportunities and where you see kind of setbacks. And then from there we'll have kind of a very informal Q&A. We generally hope to have these discussions to be a platform for lots of kind of back and forth engagement. So though these four have been asked to be kind of the experts tonight, I think that we all here have lots of experience with these kind of things. So if there's something that you feel like you want to respond to a question, completely feel free to do that. So it's a very open platform, but we have some experts to draw on. So whoever would like to.
Afrilabs, the Pan-African network of technology innovation with 40 hubs in 20 African countries, is hosting its first African annual gathering in Accra, Ghana from the 25th to the 27th of October 2016. Theme: Making Tech Ecosystem Count. This 3-day event will be packed with engaging activities like panel sessions, which would have speakers like Michael Oluwagbemi, Board Chair of Afrilabs, Melissa Mbugwa, Rep MAVC, Making All Voices Count, the major sponsor of the annual gathering, and Ben White, founding partner VC4A, ABAN, and Afrilabs. Showcase sessions, masterclasses, and so much more. The Alliance Française Center, situated in the heart of Accra town, will be home to the Afrilabs annual gathering for 3 days. This beautiful Gold Coast happens to be Africa's first independent nation. It is no coincidence that it was chosen to host the maiden edition of the Afrilabs African annual gathering. There were a series of meetups held in some of the hubs, like Nairobi, Dakar, and Lagos. These meetups all lead up to the grand finale, the annual gathering, which will host hub managers, startups, innovators, investors, developmental agencies, corporate organizations, and policymakers from about 20 African countries. The Afrilabs annual gathering is the African tech event of the year. You do not want to miss it. For registration, flight, and hotel rates, please visit our website at www.annual-gathering.com. Let's co-create, innovate, and ideate.
I'm a citizen of Ghana, so my voice counts. Yeah. Because I have the right to vote for the one who I want to vote for. My voice counts because through peaceful demonstrations, I'll be able to draw the attention of the authorities to listen to what I have in mind. Yeah. If I'm 18 years, I can vote because I have the right to choose the president who will be the face of the country. I strongly stand against me voting when I'm 18 because in view of it, leaders at now do not possess the potential that a leader should possess. Like, I mean, foresight, vision, and other stuffs. And also, they are not integratable. So, with that, even if their policies are favorable, with that, even they can deceive us, but they will not bring out the policies. After which they are elected, they will rather trample upon our rights and will not, all the things they've said, they were just maybe throwing dust into our eyes.
I will vote because I don't have the power to go to the Parliament House to give information on what to do and what not to do. So my vote will like tell the person that I will vote for what to do for me because he has given a campaign out.
To me, although I'm not yet 18, but when I turn 18, I'll not vote because some of the politicians make some promises which they cannot fulfill. It doesn't seem like they can fulfill it, but they just come and say it because they know that most of the illiterates in society believe them by giving them some cash or something.
Well, I'll vote because if I remain ignorant, the burdens of the nation will still rest upon me. So my single vote can determine the outcome of the country. It can either elect into power a good leader or a bad leader. So I think my vote is how should I say? It's 1 of 1,000.
Because I know my MP's house, I'll go to him straight.
To the media, and that would spread it more faster and easier.
Election of leaders is one major issue in our communities because now the citizens have divided themselves into factions. Whether this one belongs to party A or party B, they are no longer patriotic. All they think about is their party. So I think they should forgo their party system and be patriotic. That will help in solving the issues in the community.
Bad layout and also opinification in the society.
Lack of integrity on the part of our leaders. That's the state of adherence to the moral principles of knowing what is right and wrong, but only to do what is right. They know what is right, but rather they do what is wrong. So I don't. It's a problem.
Civil servants abusing the power given to them by the government. An example can be made by the AME. I think just yesterday, I was going home. An AME employee has stopped the vehicle. I thought that right belonged to the police, not the AME. They are supposed to make sure that the traders do not sell on the roadside, but they don't have the right to stop vehicles and ask them for license. So they are abusing their powers.
Lack of parental control. I would say lack of dignity among the civil servants. That is, when a policeman stops a church driver or a taxi driver, you will not tell him to do what's right or present his or a license, but rather collect bribe from it. So I think that's it. Like, for instance, it starts with tolerance. You can't try to bring people together when you don't tolerate each other. So I think tolerance is a key idea there. Yeah.
Okay, to me, about integrity, how to improve upon it. Nowadays, I can see that the NGOs, most of them are coming to RA. So we can raise the issue to them, then they develop a forum about it, then they discuss it with us. Because integrity is the hallmark of excellence.
My point was based on ineffective leadership. I'm thinking that because we are casting our vote to the wrong leaders, we are not developing. So it is the duty of a follower to work with his or her leader so that they bring progress into their nation. If the leader himself is ineffective, the follower will be the same. So I think when voting for leaders to power, we should seek the right ones with good policies for us. I think the entire Ghana cannot solely depend on electricity from Makosumbu. So the right thing to do is the government should allocate power to the other region. That is, from the northern region, they can use solar because the sun's cause.
Asen, CEO of iSpace and co-founder. I support Ghanaian innovation because I think it's critical to any economy or development of a nation if they allow or encourage local innovators to create things. Because take it for example, if we are able to create most of these great things that we see, even like the iPad locally, then we can purchase that in city, right? We don't have to then use Forex. So the trickle-down effect of that is more than what people think. So I think Ghanaian innovation is key to our development. We should stop encouraging all of these foreign stuff that come here, and then we seem to think that that's great, but when somebody does a similar thing locally, we don't support it. So I'm totally for supporting local innovation. I think, to me, people think like trying to use the word Ghanaian innovation, but it's not such a thing as a Ghanaian innovation. It's just a Ghanaian that has been innovative, that done something. So innovation to me is creating something that changes lives, right, in a smart way. Because creation and innovation are two different things, where people kind of mix it together, but coming up with a very good way to bring a solution to a table. So again, it could be, let's just say, our ECG problem, and somebody's able to bring out an innovative way in which we can save energy and use solar panels rather than just use ECG, right? So another startup can come up with a very innovative way of trapping energy, solar rays, so for us to do something creative with it. So it's not so much about this is Ghanaian innovation, but it's just a Ghanaian person being innovative with whatever tools that they have at hand. With the limited innovation in Ghana, I think it's a long thing. Let's not get historical about it, but I blame our culture, right? Because our culture really does not encourage failure. So, but in order to be innovative, you have to embrace failure, right? Because it's the whole concept of creating things, failing and developing things. So I think it's our culture that is to be blamed for our lack of innovation, because we don't encourage kids to fail and develop things. And once we do that, we will be in a better in a better space. So I think we are really fundamentally to be blamed for our own lack of innovation. In order to increase innovation in Ghana, I think we need hubs. We need a lot of creative spaces where kids and adults can interact and encourage each other to develop interesting projects. And with that, as much as we're creating, we also need people that will buy these products, right? So there's no point in me creating something beautiful locally and nobody purchases it, right? A typical example, why are parents buying toys from China? Because when I remember growing up, we used to take tin cans and make cars out of them. Imagine if we had spaces where somebody can teach us how to put circuits in there and make robotic cars. We've been innovative by creating our own toy cars. So we need spaces that people can go to, and then we need mentors that will teach these kids how to then apply the skill that they already have or the natural talent and then nurture it in a productive way. My favorite, funny enough, it might sound funny, you might laugh, but I think one of my, and this is because it's dear to me, you know when, and Ghana people will probably know this, and Fanti people as well, you know when you making bankun, right, and all that big old pot that we have, and it's on that small fire, you put it on the pot or whatever you call it. But then we were smart enough to kind of put like a rod at the edge of the pot so that you put your foot on it right? And then you kind of hold it into place. To me, I think that shows a sign of innovation, that people realize that things were not stable, and then they created something to make it stable. As silly as it sounds, imagine if we were able to take it further, right? Like really take it further. These same people that came up with these ideas could have just leveraged on those kind of platforms to create better things, right? See, so like buildings, for instance, when you look at Ghanaian buildings, the structure of the buildings, most of them are just not safe. Is because we didn't encourage these. We just look at these kind of guys that come up with these ideas and think, oh, that's nothing. But to me, one of the most innovative things was the whole banku pot, and you holding it in place with your foot on it. It's just crazy to me. So yeah, so this is just Jason. I support local innovation, regardless of where it comes from, as long as it's local innovation. Let's support more Ghanaians, and it's a win-win, because the more Ghanaians you support, they can create jobs, so we don't have to rely on government so much, and yeah, support local innovation. Salute.
I have the right to vote because I think I qualify and have the eligibilities to vote, so I have the right to vote.
If I'm a Ghanaian, I have a right to vote.
Yeah, I have the right to vote so far as I'm of age, yeah. So I'm of age, so I have the right to vote.
Oh yeah, sure.
I believe I have the right to vote. Thank you.
I'm a Ghanaian, but I'll send me to Aba.
Yes, please. What can change the future of Ghana, because 1 + 1 is 2. If 1 + minus 1, you will get 0. So if my vote come and add, it will go forward for that one to win.
Means a vote with my change in Ghana.
Every vote that counts, because there's a saying, little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. So my vote, your vote comes together and it brings about change. So my vote really, really counts in the forthcoming election.
I'll say as a service, I don't know what's on. And I want to cry.
Yeah, my vote can change the future of Ghana. In that, if I decide not to vote, and everybody like me decides not to vote, at the end of the day, nobody is going to vote. So nothing will happen in the country. So if I want to vote, then it means something is going to change in the country.
I did. I registered.
You have registered to vote?
Yeah, I've registered to vote.
My register sent me a Ghana by Metwa by. Then you pass me great. Then Pesa Basabasa be a baby or me, if it's a Ghana and any baby I cook. Any baby I am a Ghana never cook. And Tasunjana one, Sasunjana, the Yasha. Nti enyina ye fa baako na ye hwehwe de obetumi ebu oman no.
My takes I believe at this moment it's kind of like open, everybody has a chance of winning, and based on some policies are kind of feasible, some are not feasible, some have great ideas, and that's whether they're going to implement when they come into power. We can't tell for now because we've been deceived by various political parties, and I think there can be improvement and there can be a change if those things are taken into consideration. Okay, for this upcoming election, I'll say for now there's no clear chance of any party winning. I can't really say party A or party B is going to win, but as we all know in Ghana, it's basically two parties. It's either the NPP or the NDC. So all I can say for now is that one of them is going to win, either the NPP or the NDC. But I'm looking forward to a time where CPP or other parties coming up can also take the front of government.
Oh, election means a because the parties in the Obiakasa or Castle Jasem. Boys, you from the Jasem, the means elections there. A bad demon by yes, yeah.
Oh, it's going. It's one piece. It's peace that we want. We don't want any violence here. So if they feel peace is there, everything will go up. Yes.
I think that I'll say what everyone says, we've done fairly well. We've not been the best around the world, but we've done fairly well in terms of certain tenants we've done fairly well, unless we are still lacking behind when it comes to fair elections. I think that's fairly faced it. We've not 100% electoral system, but there's general confidence in our past elections. That we've done quite well, and we've done quite well also on the responsiveness of government. It's not just again, it's not the best at going forward. Let's increase year in year out as where we get to the issue. I think where we have general problems around here is.
Though these four have been asked to be kind of the experts tonight, I think that we all here have lots of experience with these kind of things. So if there's something that you feel like you want to respond to a question, completely feel free to do that. So it's a very open platform, but we have some experts to draw on. So whoever would like to.
Afrilabs, the Pan-African network of technology innovation with 40 hubs in 20 African countries, is hosting its first African annual gathering in Accra, Ghana from the 25th to the 27th of October 2016. Theme: Making Tech Ecosystem Count. This 3-day event will be packed with engaging activities like panel sessions, which would have speakers like Michael Oluwagbemi, Board Chair of Afrilabs, Melissa Mbugwa, Rep MAVC, Making All Voices Count, the major sponsor of the annual gathering, and Ben White, founding partner VC4A, ABAN, and Afrilabs. Showcase sessions, masterclasses, and so much more. The Alliance Française Center, situated in the heart of Accra town, will be home to the Afrilabs annual gathering for 3 days. This beautiful Gold Coast happens to be Africa's first independent nation. It is no coincidence that it was chosen to host the maiden edition of the Afrilabs African Annual Gathering. There were a series of meetups held in some of the hubs like Nairobi, Dakar, and Lagos. These meetups all lead up to the grand finale, the annual gathering, which will host hub managers, startups, innovators, investors, developmental agencies, corporate organizations, and policymakers from about 20 African countries. The Afrilabs annual gathering is the African tech event of the year. You do not want to miss it. For registration, flight, and hotel rates, please visit our website at www.annual-gathering.com. Let's co-create, innovate, and ideate.
I'm a citizen of Ghana, so my voice counts. Yeah. Because I have the right to vote for the one who I want to vote for.
My voice counts because through peaceful demonstrations, I'll be able to draw the attention of the authorities to listen to what I have in mind. Yeah.
If I'm 18 years, I can vote because I have the right to choose the president who will be the face of the country.
I strongly stand against me voting when I'm 18 because in view of it, leaders at now do not possess the potential that a leader should possess. Like, foresight, vision, and other stuffs, and also they are not integrable. So with that, even if their policies are favorable, with that even they can deceive us, but they will not bring out the policies. After which they are elected, they will rather trample upon our rights and will not, all the things they've said, they were just maybe throwing dust into our eyes.
I will vote because I don't have the power to go to the parliament house to give information on what to do and what not to do. So my vote will like tell the person that I will vote for what to do for me because he has given a campaign out.
To me, although I'm not yet 18, but when I turn 18, I'll not vote because some of the politicians make some promises which they cannot fulfill. It doesn't seem like they can fulfill it, but they just come and say it because they know that most of the illiterates in society will believe them by giving them some cash or something.
Well, I'll vote because if I remain ignorant, the burdens of the nation will still rest upon me. So my single vote can determine the outcome of the country. It can either elect into power a good leader or a bad leader. So I think my vote is how should I say? It's 1 of 1,000.
Because I know my MP's house, I'll go to him straight. It's fine.
The media, and that would spread it more faster and easier.
Election of leaders is one major issue in our communities because now the citizens have divided themselves into factions. Whether this one belongs to party A or party B, they are no longer patriotic. All they think about is their party. So I think they should forgo their party system and be patriotic. That will help in solving the issues in the community.
Bad layout and also openification in the society.
Lack of integrity on the part of our leaders. That's the state of adherence to the moral principles of knowing what is right and wrong, but only to do what is right. They know what is right, but rather they do what is wrong. So I don't think it's a problem.
Civil servants abusing the power given to them by the government. An example can be made by the AME. I think just yesterday I was going home. Then an AME employee has stopped the vehicle. I thought that right belonged to the police, not the AME. They are supposed to make sure that the traders do not sell on the roadside, but they don't have the right to stop vehicles and have them for license. So they are abusing their powers.
Lack of parental control.
I would say lack of dignity among the civil servants. That is, when a policeman stops a church driver or a taxi driver, you will not tell him to do what's right or present ace or a license, but rather collect bribe from it. So I think that's it. Like, for instance, it starts with tolerance. You can't try to bring people together when you don't tolerate each other. So I think tolerance is a key idea there. Yeah.
Okay, to me, about integrity, how to improve upon it. Nowadays, I can see that the NGOs, most of them are coming to RA. So we can raise the issue to them, then they develop a forum about it, then they discuss it with us. Because integrity is the hallmark of excellence.
My point was based on ineffective leadership. I'm thinking that because we are casting our vote to the wrong leaders, we are not developing. So it is the duty of a follower to work with his or her leader so that they bring progress into their nation. If the leader himself is ineffective, the follower will be the same. So I think when voting for leaders to power, we should seek the right ones with good policies first. I think the entire Ghana cannot solely depend on electricity from Makosumbu. So the right thing to do is the government should allocate power to the other region. That is, from the northern region, they can use solar because the sun scores.
Asen, CEO of iSpace and co-founder. I support Ghanaian innovation because I think it's critical to any economy or development of a nation if they allow or encourage local innovators to create things. Because take it for example, if we are able to create most of these great things that we see, even like the iPad locally, then we can purchase that in city, right? We don't have to then use Forex. So the trickle-down effect of that is more than what people think. So I think Ghanaian innovation is key to our development. We should stop encouraging all of these foreign stuff to come here, and then we seem to think that that's great, but when somebody does a similar thing locally, we don't support it. So I'm totally for supporting local innovation. I think, to me, people think like trying to use the word Ghanaian innovation, but it's no such a thing as a Ghanaian innovation. It's just a Ghanaian that has been innovative, that done something. So innovation to me is creating something that changes lives, right, in a smart way. Because creation and innovation are two different things, where people kind of mix it together, but coming up with a very good way to bring a solution to a table. So again, it could be, let's just say, our ECG problem, and somebody's able to bring out an innovative way in which we can save energy and use solar panels rather than just use ECG, right? So another startup can come up with a very innovative way of trapping energy, solar rays, so for us to do something creative with it. So it's not so much about this is Ghanaian innovation, but it's just a Ghanaian person being innovative with whatever tools that they have at hand. with the limited innovation in Ghana, I think it's a long thing. Let's not get historical about it, but I blame our culture, right? Because our culture really does not encourage failure. So, but in order to be innovative, you have to embrace failure, right? Because it's a whole concept of creating things, failing and developing things. So I think it's our culture that is to be blamed for our lack of innovation, because we don't encourage kids to fail and develop things. And once we do that, we will be in a better in a better space. So I think we are really fundamentally to be blamed for our own lack of innovation. In order to increase innovation in Ghana, I think we need hubs. We need a lot of creative spaces where kids and adults can interact and encourage each other to develop interesting projects. And with that, as much as we're creating, we also need people that will buy these products, right? So there's no point in me creating something beautiful locally and nobody purchase it, right? A typical example, why are parents buying toys from China? Because when I remember growing up, we used to take tin cans and make cars out of them. Imagine if we had spaces where somebody can teach us how to put circuits in there and make robotic cars. We've been innovative by creating our own toy cars. So we need spaces that people can go to, and then we need mentors that will teach these kids how to then apply the skill that they already have or the natural talent and then nurture it in a productive way. My favorite, funny enough, it might sound funny, you might laugh, but I think one of my, and this is because it's dear to me, you know when, and Ghana people will probably know this, and Fanti people as well, you know when you making bankun, right, and all that big old pot that we have, and it's on that small fire, you put it on the pot or whatever they call it, but then we were smart enough to kind of put like a rod at the edge of the pot so that you put your foot on it, right, and then you kind of hold it into place. To me, I think that shows a sign of innovation, that people realize that things were not stable and then they created something to make it stable. As silly as it sounds, imagine if we were able to take it further, right? Like really take it further. These same people that came up with these ideas could have just leveraged on those kind of platform to create better things, right? See, so like buildings, for instance, when you look at Ghanaian buildings, the structure of the buildings, most of them are just not safe. Is because we didn't encourage these. We just look at these kind of guys that come up with these ideas and think, oh, that's nothing. But to me, one of the most innovative things was the whole banku pot and you holding it in place with your foot on it. It's just crazy to me. So yeah, so this is just Jason. I support local innovation, regardless of where it comes from, as long as it's local innovation. Let's support more Ghanaians, and it's a win-win, because the more Ghanaians you support, they can create jobs, so we don't have to rely on government so much, and yeah, support local innovation. Salute.
I have the right to vote because I think I qualify and have the eligibilities to vote, so I have the right to vote.
If I'm a Ghanaian, I have a right to vote.
Yeah, I have the right to vote so far as I'm of age, yeah. So I'm of age, so I have the right to vote.
Oh yeah, sure.
I believe I have the right to vote. Thank you.
I'm a Ghanaian, but I'll send it to her.
Yes, please. What can change the future of Ghana, because 1 plus 1 is 2. If 1 plus minus 1, you get 0. So if my vote come and add, it will go forward for that one to win.
Minimum vote with my change in Ghana.
Every vote that counts, because there's a saying, little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. So my vote, your vote comes together.
Briefly give us a bit of information about how they see the data landscape right now and kind of what their involvement has been in the landscape this far, and to touch a bit on kind of where you see opportunities and where you see kind of setbacks.
Afrilabs, the Pan-African network of technology innovation with 40 hubs in 20 African countries, is hosting its first African annual gathering in Accra, Ghana, from the 25th to the 27th of October 2016.
It brings about change, so my vote really, really counts in the forthcoming election.
I'll say as a service, I ban also no, and I want to cry.
Yeah, my vote can change the future of Ghana, in that if I decide not to vote and everybody like me decides not to vote, at the end of the day nobody is going to vote, so nothing will happen in the country. So if I want to vote, then it means something is going to change in the country.
I did. I registered.
You have registered to vote?
Yeah, I've registered to vote.
My register sent me a Ghana neighbor. Metwa by Yenye pass mudwe. Yempesa basabase bia beba o me fi Ghana me ni baabi akọ. Eni baabi ya ma Ghana na eba akọ. Enti asundwe na ye wo no sa asundwe na na ye hwehwe. Enti ye nyina ye fa ba akọ na ye hwehwe de obetumi ebu oman no.
My takes. I believe at this moment it's kind of like open. Everybody has a chance of winning, and based on some policies are kind of feasible, some are not feasible, some have great ideas, and as to whether they're going to implement when they come into power, we can't tell for now because we've been deceived by various political parties, and I think there can be improvement and there can be a change if those things are taken into consideration. Okay, for this upcoming election, I'll say for now there's no clear chance of any party winning. I can't really say party A or party B is going to win, but as we all know in Ghana, it's basically two parties. It's either the NPP or the NDC. So all I can say for now is that one of them is going to win, either the NPP or the NDC. But I'm looking forward to a time where CPP or other parties coming up can also take the front of government.
Oh, election means because the parties in India will be a casa or Castle Driasem. Boys, you from the Driasem, the means elections there. A bad demon by yes, yeah.
Oh, it's going. It's well, one peace. It's peace that we want. We don't want any violence yet. So if they feel peace is there, everything will go on. Yes.
I'll say what everyone says, we've done fairly well. We've not been the best around the world, but we've done fairly well in terms of certain candidates we've done fairly well, unless we are still lacking behind when it comes to fair elections. I think that's fairly faced it. We've not 100% electoral system, but there's general confidence in past elections. that we've done quite well, and we've done quite well also on the responsiveness of government. It's not just, again, it's not the best at going forward. Let's increase year in year out as wherever we get to the issue. I think where we have general problems around here is
briefly give us a bit of information about how they see the data landscape right now and kind of what their involvement has been in the landscape thus far. And to touch a bit on kind of where you see opportunities and where you see kind of setbacks. And then from there we'll have kind of a very informal Q&A. We generally hope to have these discussions to be a platform for lots of kind of back and forth engagement. So though these four have been asked to be kind of the experts tonight, I think that we all here have lots of experience with these kind of things. So if there's something that you feel like you want to respond to a question, completely feel free to do that. So it's a very open platform, but we have some experts to draw on. So whoever would like to.
Afrilabs, the Pan-African network of technology innovation with 40 hubs in 20 African countries, is hosting its first African annual gathering in Accra, Ghana from the 25th to the 27th of October 2016. Theme: Making Tech Ecosystem Count. This 3-day event will be packed with engaging activities like panel sessions, which would have speakers like Michael Oluwagbemi, Board Chair of Afrilabs, Melissa Mbugwa, Rep MAVC, Making All Voices Count, the major sponsor of the annual gathering, and Ben White, founding partner VC4A, ABAN, and Afrilabs. Showcase sessions, masterclasses, and so much more. The Alliance Française Center, situated in the heart of Accra town, will be home to the Afrilabs annual gathering for 3 days. This beautiful Gold Coast happens to be Africa's first independent nation. It is no coincidence that it was chosen to host the maiden edition of the Afrilabs African annual gathering. There were a series of meetups held in some of the hubs like Nairobi, Dakar, and Lagos. These meetups all lead up to the grand finale, the annual gathering, which will host hub managers, startups, innovators, investors, developmental agencies, corporate organizations, and policymakers from about 20 African countries. The Afrilabs annual gathering is the African tech event of the year. You do not want to miss it. For registration, flight, and hotel rates, please visit our website at www.annual-gathering.com. Let's co-create, innovate, and ideate.
I'm a citizen of Ghana, so my voice counts. Yeah. Because I have the right to vote for the one who I want to vote for.
My voice counts because through peaceful demonstrations, I'll be able to draw the attention of the authorities to listen to what I have in mind. Yeah.
if I'm 18 years, I can vote because I have the right to choose the president who will be the face of the country.
I strongly stand against me voting when I'm 18 because in view of it, leaders at now do not possess the potential that a leader should possess. Like, foresight, vision, and other stuffs, and also they are not integrable. So with that, even if their policies are favorable, with that, even they can deceive us, but they will not bring out the policies. After which they are elected, they will rather trample upon our rights and will not, all the things they've said, they were just maybe throwing dust into our eyes.
I will vote because I don't have the power to go to the Parliament House to give information on what to do and what not to do. So my vote will like tell the person that I will vote for what to do for me because he has given a campaign out.
To me, although I'm not yet 18, but when I turn 18, I'll not vote because some of the politicians make some promises which they cannot fulfill. It doesn't seem like they can fulfill it, but they just come and say it because they know that most of the illiterates in society will believe them by giving them some cash or something.
Well, I'll vote because if I remain ignorant, the burdens of the nation will still rest upon me. So my single vote can determine the outcome of the country. It can either elect into power a good leader or a bad leader. So I think my vote is how should I say? It's 1 of 1,000.
Because I know my MP's house, I'll go to him straight. It's fine.
To the media, and that would spread it more faster and easier.
Election of leaders is one major issue in our communities because now the citizens have divided themselves into factions. Whether this one belongs to party A or party B, they are no longer patriotic. All they think about is their party. So I think they should forgo their party system and be patriotic. That will help in solving the issues in the community.
Bad layout and also opinification in the society.
Lack of integrity on the part of our leaders. That's the state of adherence to the moral principles of knowing what is right and wrong, but only to do what is right. They know what is right, but rather they do what is wrong. So I don't think it's a problem.
Civil servants abusing the power given to them by the government. An example can be made by the AME. I think just yesterday I was going home. An AME employee has stopped the vehicle. I thought that right belonged to the police, not the AME. They are supposed to make sure that the traders do not sell on the roadside, but they don't have the right to stop vehicles and ask them for license. So they are abusing their powers.
Lack of parental control.
I'll say lack of dignity among the civil servants. That is, when a policeman stops a church driver or a taxi driver, you will not tell him to do what's right or present his or a license, but rather collect bribe from it. So I think that's it. Like, for instance, it starts with tolerance. You can't try to bring people together when you don't tolerate each other. So I think tolerance is a key idea there. Yeah.
Okay, to me, about integrity, how to improve upon it. Nowadays, I can see that the NGOs, most of them are coming to our aid. So we can raise the issue to them, then they develop a forum about it, then they discuss it with us. Because integrity is the hallmark of excellence.
My point was based on ineffective leadership. I'm thinking that because we are casting our vote to the wrong leaders, we are not developing. But it is the duty of a follower to work with his or her leader so that they bring progress into their nation. If the leader himself is ineffective, the follower will be the same. So I think when voting for leaders, we should seek the right ones with good policies first. I think the entire Ghana cannot solely depend on electricity from Makosumbu. So the right thing to do is the government should